Assalamualaikum, sir.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, कैसे हैं फैज?
Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, how are you, Human?
I'm fine, Adnan bhai. How about you?
Very good, alhamdulillah, doing good.
Sir, how is lockdown in your city, sir? Sydney.
I think it's normal here. We don't have a lockdown.
Okay, but in the news they were saying that there's a spike of coronavirus over there in Australia, especially in Sydney.
So far, I mean, summer is going on, so kids are already at home, so schools are already closed. Other than that, main impact is mostly on the school, so we're not seeing the impact at the moment.
Hopefully, everything is okay everywhere.
Inshallah, everything will be okay. Okay, guys, everyone log into the lab and we'll continue from the last lecture. If anyone has any questions, let me know about the lab, about networking, so far what we have covered.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan bhai.
Walaikum assalam, Naveed, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, sir. Aap sunaye, how are you?
Very good, alhamdulillah, going good.
Sorry for being late, 5 minutes.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I know you're coming from work, right?
Yes, that is absolutely true.
Oh, wow. So it's not working from home anymore, it's almost normal?
Well, I do have like a schedule, like 1 week, like I have to work from home, and then the following week I have to go in person. So this week, like I have to work from workplace, but from next week we are having off day, so I'll be at home.
Okay, good.
Adnan bhai, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Me and Navid bhai and Ashish worked to my computer, but I couldn't install the vCenter because of the RAM and some problem like that. And I, just let you know, as you know, my hard drive was burned too. I just replaced them. I upgrade my RAM to 32 and I bought SSD RAM, but I couldn't install all the lab I had because, everything is destroyed.
Oh,
and I start
okay.
to work on that one. Just let you know because I couldn't log in. I have to work on that one until figure out.
Okay, so your one ESXi host is working at least
I
one?
just installed one ESXi host, and also I installed a Windows Server, but I didn't. I installed the DHCP and also Active Directory on that one.
Right.
But I think I have some issue because I didn't install the extra hard drive, kind of like that.
Okay, so what type of hard drive did you get?
SSD. I bought SSD Adnan bhai.
Okay, very good. 500 or 1 GB?
500.
Okay. Okay, good. So the problem with with vCenter, it was Erroring out on stage 2?
96%, and it's going to be stuck. And me and Ashish work on that one until 4 a.m. just 3 days ago, but it doesn't work. Still, I had the issue, and Ashish suggests me go upgrade the RAM, and I just received the RAM, and I upgraded until 32. Hopefully,
yeah, it should work. So how much RAM? How much RAM were you working on before?
14.
14 on the ESXi host, and total RAM. How much total RAM do you have in your?
14
machine?
total. 14.
Oh, so that's the reason. That is one reason for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Anyone else has any question?
And Adnan Bhai, I saw Amin Bhai send some email regard the payment for $20. I think I would like to share with you regard the dump, something like that. Have you ever chance to read it?
No, I haven't looked at the messages yet.
Yeah, because I saw some of the my classmate has issue regard that one. I think maybe you have to jump it and resolve the issue.
Sure. I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, everyone. I think most of the people are here. Salim is here. Please type yes in the chat window if you're here.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Welcome, Salam Wasim. How are you?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Walaikum assalam, Salim.
क्या हाल है इमरान भाई? ठीक ठाक?
Excellent. Going good.
Thank you.
Okay. So guys, Walaikum assalam. How are you, Alamgir?
Alhamdulillah, sir. Sir, congratulate me.
Oh, very good. Congrats.
I passed Azure.
Oh, passed Azure exam. Excellent. Yes. Wow. Yesterday?
Today, sir.
Today. Wow. Excellent. So it was, how was it? Was it difficult because you haven't learned anything about Azure yet?
Yes, sir. It was difficult. It's not an easy test. So if you are 99.9% prepared, I will request you don't go for that test unless you are 100%
200% prepared. 200%.
Yeah. 200. Secondly, sir, definitely there were I think maybe close to 15 questions or maybe more. They were out of the dumps.
Oh, wow.
But
and how did you reply to them then?
So, just good luck, and tried common sense too,
Okay, yeah.
So I think that.
Sir, you have both the examples, right? Good luck and the bad luck.
That's right. Actually, you had, if you would have had just one more point, one more number, one more mark, it would have been done.
I would have one. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. This Azure exam is very, very important exam, and especially Azure Cloud Jobs. Without Azure exam, nobody will let you have it.
Yes, sir. But it is difficult.
So it's a good achievement. It's a good achievement.
Sir, today I have back-to-back 2 interviews.
Oh, wow. About?
Yeah. About this. One is for the server admin. Okay. It's a pretty big company. I think somebody referred me, and then I sent my resume to the staffing company, and they were really interested, and they sent me first interview, which is a video recording interview of 10 minutes. So I recorded my video and sent them, right? So second interview is the solution provider. It's a pure IT company, and they are looking for someone who knows something about the Datto. So I have worked on Datto, okay?
Okay.
And so I have a bit idea on the data storage side, right? And then they asked me for the Azure side as well, or the Active Directory.
Oh, wow.
And then on VM, they asked me a couple of questions, though I gave them an answer. But I think I would say first interview went 90% well because they have their service manager on the phone and the hiring manager on the phone, and they had a president on the phone because this company structure is a little small, but it's a very good company to take this kind of start. The study we are doing.
Okay, wow, that's good.
Yeah, so let's see what happens.
And the interviews are this week or in few
No,
days?
I have done my interview back to back today.
Oh, you had the interviews. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm done.
Okay, inshallah. Good luck.
Yeah. So
market is open now. So there are many jobs about cloud. There are many jobs about system admin as well.
And sir, market is very hot these days.
Yes, that's what I can see.
People are looking for good people.
So what we can do this week, we can start making our system admin, at least system admin resume. So since you've completed MCSA and you also know about servers, 2008, 2008, 2012, 2016, 2019. I think we should start at least going for the interview and failing the interview, because failing the interview is a good step as well. It's better than not going for an interview.
So, sir, like just for the system admin, you mean?
For now, system admin, because or you can also, without going through Azure and AWS, it will be a bit difficult to go through the Azure interviews. But if you can apply for Azure as well. If you can play smart and try to understand basic stuff about Azure by looking at just few YouTube videos. We will be going into detailed training, but you can go for those basic Azure job interviews as well.
Sir, what I did, because this second interview and the first, in fact, both the interviews were related to the Azure as well, right? Since I have a little bit idea on the AD Connect, okay? Mm-hmm. So what I did is, rest of the thing is depend on how you get the information, right? If you know the base. So I have a good understanding how a AD Connect works, and then how you can, migrate legacy server AD to this AD Connect, right?
So you have seen someone doing it, or you just?
No, I did it myself. It myself in the real environment. Okay.
Right.
So, and it helped me in the interview.
Okay, that's good.
Though I didn't do it so many times, but I did it a couple of times. But I have a real environment experience. So I went to the YouTube and then learned more stuff, and then made myself ready that, okay, I can go further deep and then discuss this if they will ask anything in the interview regarding AD.
Yes.
Azure AD.
Okay. Actually, there are so many resources that we can prepare for the interview. There are some interview questions, there are videos, but we can talk about this. We can talk about this later and start maybe in starting next year, we can start making a resume, start applying for the jobs. Okay, so everyone, there is a quick assignment in your chat window. Please start doing that. You have 10 to 15 minutes to complete all this. This is what we already done in the last lecture, then you should be able to do that very quickly. But I just want to see that if you can understand A to Z, what we have covered so far. There is nothing new in that assignment. If you closely look at the assignment, the steps are right there. All you need to do is start preparing the server and complete this assignment. If you need help, just let me know, but I don't expect any basic questions from anyone. Try doing it, but if you are really stuck somewhere, if you really give up, if you don't have any resources, if you don't want to look back and maybe just need a quick tip, you can ask a question. Otherwise, I think you should be able to complete that. So let's start now.
For new infrastructure, we have already made it.
No, this is a new server. So this is all you need to do if you're looking at the chat window, and I'll share it with right here. It's a new server. So just create a new server, then you need to configure IP address, disable IPv6, you need to provide a host name, you need to provide a DNS IP, you need to enable SSH. SSH is one of the options within the same management DC UI. So you just need to look for it in there. And then you need to add 5 NICs right from the start so that you don't have to restart. And then you need to add 5 disks. One disk is 5 GB, 10 GB, 15 GB, 20 GB, and 25 GB. Then you need to log into the server, and you need to create these data stores for these with these names. You need to create 2 switches, add 2 NICs to the 2 switches, and then the port groups to the V switches, and then create VMs.
So my question is, already you gave us a task to create open filer with .180 IP address.
Oh,
So I
okay.
already had, so
Okay, that's
can you make
fine.
it 200? Can you make
Yes,
it 200,
yes, yes.
sir?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank
85, make it 85.
Okay, thank you.
Adandi, can you please accept me on Zoom meeting?
Okay, I did just now.
Thank you.
Well,
The assignment which you are talking about, is that the video which you sent us early morning?
no, that was just a helping video, but this is assignment is right here on the screen. So time is 15 minutes or maximum 20 minutes.
Sir, we have to make a new server. Sorry, I was not present. I was.
Yes, you need to make a new server with new IP address and just follow the instruction and complete that.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Adnan bhai, can you copy paste in the group the infrastructure? लगता है अदनान भाई नहीं है इधर.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking on mute. It is already there, Alamgir. Alamgir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I don't see it. Where is it? I just saw the Zoom meeting, and after that, I don't see.
Okay, in the Zoom chat, are you not looking at the Zoom chat? Zoom chat, not in the WhatsApp.
Oh, I was checking on the WhatsApp. Sorry.
Sir, I'm using my own subnet according to my infrastructure.
Okay, that's good. Yes. So use your own subnet. Otherwise, you won't be able to connect. That's yes, good.
Adnan bhai, if you don't mind, can you ask the IP address because I cannot see on my screen is a little busy.
Okay, IP address is 180 or 185.
192.168.
10 dot 185.
10. Okay, thank you.
But Salim, are you not able to see the instructions?
Yeah, like small window, but I don't know the like upper two line was hidden like.
Okay, okay. It's in the chat, in WhatsApp chat as well, because without the
Okay.
instructions, you won't be able to complete the lab.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, on the
Okay,
WhatsApp.
okay,
Thank
good.
Ran bhai, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I already installed the server like a ESXi host. Now I
Mhm.
have to like connect with the server, connect with the VCA or HTTP.
Just normal. No, don't connect it to VCA. Just
Okay,
directly
just
log into the server.
log to the okay. Thank you.
Right.
So, sir, we have to give the name the storage.
Yes, there are names on the storage where it says create data store for the disk. So there
Yeah.
is for each disk there is a name DB
Yeah.
disk,
Okay.
app disk, FD disk 1, FD disk 2, and app disk 2.
And even the virtual machine name too. We need to create virtual machine too, right?
So there are 4 virtual machines. So FVM1, FVM2, WebVM3, WebVM4.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nanbhai, what is this create APPVM?
These are 4 VMs.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So with no ISO, sir, dummy, any?
Yes, no ISO, no ISO.
Sir, I've done.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
All done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you want to share your screen?
Sure.
Okay. Just a second.
Okay, sir.
Now you can share your screen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is my 185.
Okay.
And you want me to go inside?
Yes, please log into the server and walk me through your configuration. No, not from here, from the login, from the HTML5 client.
Okay. This is the one.
Okay.
And storage. These are the ones.
Very good. Okay.
And networking.
Just a second, Go back to the storage. So here you have the DB disk as 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, that's good.
Networking. These are the 2 port groups.
Okay.
And switch 1.
2 network cards and 2 VMs.
Yes. Through this port group.
Port group. Okay.
Yeah. And this one. These 2 and with this port group.
Excellent. Very good. Everything was done in an
Yes,
excellent manner. Did you have any challenge doing this?
No, sir, because I practiced.
Very good. Yeah, it seems like. Excellent. So
Except for the SSH thing, sir, which I couldn't find it. SSH.
okay, go to DCUI. Go to DCUI.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir. This one.
Yes, log in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Password, go to next. There should be one SSH option.
Restart management network.
No,
Test.
go to troubleshooting. Troubleshooting.
Okay.
The first one.
Enable.
Second one. Yes, this one.
Okay.
Second one. That's it.
Okay. Now I have to restart it, or?
I don't know. Just press escape and see that what does it need.
Okay. Shall I stop sharing?
Yes, excellent. Very good. Thank you, Faz.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
I
please
think
go ahead.
he's Faz. So, sir, whenever we do changes in DCUI, so when you press the escape, it should ask for yes or no. But in his case, it didn't ask for yes or no. So I'm not sure it's saved or not, SSH enabled or not.
Yes, so for some of the settings, it needs a restart. For some setting, minor setting, it doesn't need a restart. So if it is a very small setting, sometimes it doesn't ask you to restart. So perhaps maybe it's that one of those settings.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum assalam.
Sir, sorry I am late because I was very busy with my job. So just not free, so I'm just there. Yeah.
No problem, no problem. You just logged in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Zishan, we are doing a quick assignment, but you can try understanding the assignment. In a few minutes, I'll start the lecture. So the assignment is in the chat window. Are you able to look at the chat window or the WhatsApp group? Assignment is right there. You can just start preparing a new server. And then if it is not completed, then you can do it at the end of the lecture.
No problem. Okay, sir. Sir, this DNS IP means Windows server should we need to put?
Yes, DNS IP, always remember it's the domain controller's IP. So where your domain controller is.
Okay, right. So we can use any of the one because you didn't mention any particular, sir. So I have two domain controller.
Yeah, any one of them.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I cannot see the proper name of like virtual machine, VM, virtual machine app VM2.
So the first VM that you create can be any VM, a Windows VM or any other VM. The name of the VM will be app VM1.
Okay, and second one?
Second one is right in the next line, app VM2. Then the third is web VM3, then web VM4.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, I can make it this after the class, but I want to show my VCSA. So I will install it. So can I show you my screen?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Because that project I will do it, sir, by night, and I'll send you by WhatsApp or you.
No problem.
No problem. Yeah. I'm sharing your screen, sir. Just give me 2 minutes. Sir.
Okay.
because the system is restarting, sir.
Okay, no problem.
What's going on? How can I help?
Hold on.
So can I ask you something?
Yes, please go ahead.
So regarding the port groups, apart from the port group which is there on the V switch 0, if we add multiple V switches, so there has to be only one port group. Let's suppose in this scenario we added two virtual switches, V switch 1 and V switch 2. When every V switch we add, there will be only one port group.
No, to start with, they should have at least one port group, and then you can create as many port groups as required. So you can create one port group for production network, one port group for test dev network, and every ESXi host can have any number of port group, but at least you need to have at least one port group in each switch.
So every port group has to have a different IP address to separate from the different VMs.
So, IP address is assigned from the VM side.
Okay.
Okay, so which means, let's say you have a switch, you have a port group, but there are no VMs, so there won't be any IP address. So once you start creating the VMs, you will start assigning IP addresses on the VMs.
Okay. It's a little bit like unclear to me. If you don't mind, ask you a further question.
Yes, you can ask, because since others are working, you can keep asking questions.
Yeah, let's suppose there were 4 VMs we created, and so
just a second, Faz. Alamgir, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. I just made the infrastructure. Can you check it, please?
Okay. I'll check the question. I'll check the infrastructure. So Faz, you can continue your question. In the meantime, he can share his screen. Alamgir, you can share.
My further understanding is like there are 4 VMs created in this site. So every VM has to have a different IP address.
Right.
So how is it going to be different from the one of the VMs is going to be different from the other VM if it is on the same port group, sir?
Okay, just a second. Let me quickly check his machine and I'll answer your question. So you can walk us through Alamgir in your infrastructure.
Yes, sir. These are the 4 VMs.
Right.
Then if I go to networking, I just created here 2 groups. And then if I go to switches, here are 2 switches. I uplinked 2 to networking cards.
Okay, excellent, very good.
And because I have to check if I want to go by the infrastructure.
And storage.
Yeah, there's just storage, sir. So I just made this storage as well.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's good. It looks good.
Okay.
What about SSH? Okay, going to manage.
Manager. So before I go to manager, I have a little bit confusion. So like if I have like here, I just I went to edit settings, and then here I just gave a networking card, right?
Right.
Is this right way, sir?
This is the right way. This is the only way. So from the network card, you can connect to different switches by just changing the configuration here.
Okay. Because you were saying that we switch, but we named them, right? That's why I was little bit
Yes, so in the architecture, it will be always vSwitch, but you need to remember that in the vSwitch, you need to create a port group, and in the port group, you attach the VM.
Oh yeah, so there will be a name, right, of the vSwitch, right?
There will be a name of the vSwitch. So yeah, so name of the vSwitch from my instructions is vSwitch 1, vSwitch 2, and so on.
But again, sorry for that. If I go here and
Oh yes, in the VM, you will only see the port group. So you won't see the vSwitch name.
yeah, that's why, you see VM networking KPG1, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
So, but you need to know that this port group belongs to vSwitch 1.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can always trace back, or you can make a diagram on a paper that this port group is on this vSwitch. This is how you can connect the VM. So that was the thing that I wanted to see.
Yeah, but from here you cannot see the port group here, right?
Yeah, directly you cannot, but you can click on each vSwitch and you can find the configuration, or you can go to the port group tab. Just look at the port group tab. So there you can see the vSwitch and the port group.
Here, right?
Here you can see the port group and you can see the switch as well. That which switch is it on.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you said go to the manage and then?
Go to the manage and find where is SSH. So SSH should be here. SSH, go to services. You enabled SSH in DCUI?
No, sir.
Okay, so first of all, you need to enable SSH from DCUI, and then you'll be able to find it here.
Okay, VCSA. I forgot, sir. Where was it?
DCUI is direct console user interface, which is basically the ESXi host itself.
Oh, okay.
Sir, I need to ask one thing, sir.
Yes.
Sir, in this infrastructure of a device, there is no port group. Like we have to first generate port group and then it's connect to switch one, right?
Exactly.
VM network,
exactly. Yes.
KPG1. First, we have to create a port group with this, and then we need to connect with switch one.
No.
There is port group.
So once you create a port group, then in the same dialog box, you will see that which switch this will be connected to.
But I have a port group here, sir.
Right.
I said port groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I created 2 port groups, as you indicated.
Yes, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, so just to now I need to go in EXI host and enable the
SSH.
Okay, sir.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes, please go ahead. Zishan, you're looking for Firefox?
Yes, sir. I have already installed, but this.
Right. So just click on the Windows machine and type fire. If it is installed, then you'll be able to see it. So just type fire in this.
Yes, sir.
So it's not installed. It seems it's not installed. So just click on your Firefox installer. Just click install it one more time.
Okay.
So Zishan, why are your ESXi hosts not running? You have none of the ESXi hosts running.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
This one, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. In the Windows Server, go to Windows Server.
Sir, 1 or 2?
Same Windows Server. You have the one that you're working on. So
Yeah, this one is also, sir. But I have installed VCS in this, sir.
okay. Okay, while Firefox seems like it's there is some issue with this. Maybe probably it needs internet for installation.
Internet.
Sir,
Sir, can I go with Explorer, sir? Internet Explorer?
Yeah, connect with Internet Explorer.
Sir, how can I enable SSH? Where I can find it? I can't see it.
Okay. So go to same. Go to F2 when you're logged in with F2 with root account.
Yes, I.
Okay, go to troubleshooting.
Okay, troubleshooting.
In the troubleshooting, it's the second option.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, and Ashish asked a question. What is SSH? Ashish, SSH is a way to log into.
Yeah, I got it actually. Sorry.
Okay,
I
no
figured
problem.
it out. So
Okay.
just a quick question though. Is it
Sure.
on the VMEXSI, the console itself, is it the TSM hyphen SSH? Is that what we have to enable?
No, the simple SSH. Oh, okay. So you're saying that within the services.
Yes. Like in the 180,
Right.
180
Yeah, that's
page, right?
TSM. Exactly.
Okay.
That's TSM-SSH.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well,
Sir, where I can find this Internet Explorer, I'm not finding.
okay. So Internet Explorer is right there. I mean, in your on your taskbar, the big E sign.
Sir, yeah, but it's covered, sir. I cannot, because this meeting sharing option is there, sir. I cannot see the taskbar, sir.
Okay, now can you see the taskbar? Okay, you can move the meeting. You can move
It's
this
actually
Zoom
his
meeting.
screen. Just minimize the screen, Zishan.
Yeah, minimize the screen also.
No, like, on the top, on the three things on the top, like minimize the screen, right? In the middle button. And then
This one? Yeah, I have minimized, but still it's covered. The taskbar is covered with this.
So just pull the bottom up, right, bro? Pull the bottom of the screen up so that you can see it.
Or Zishan, you can move this. Okay, you can stop sharing and then open it. I mean, that's
Okay.
one of the ways, though.
Yeah, sir.
Adnan bhai, if you don't mind, can I?
Yes, Salim, go ahead.
Can I give you my ID, TeamViewer?
Sure.
Same ID 397466760.
Just a second.
No problem.
So that's 397466760.
Yeah, and password is U for United.
United, yes.
2 E for England. 8 E for England. 2.
So U2E.
Yeah. 8 E2.
Okay, can you start again, please?
Yeah, U for United. Number 2 E for England. 8 E for England. 2.
Okay.
Yeah, when I try to create a virtual machine, it's showing like
Okay, so you're in virtual machine. I can see your storage.
yeah,
So you created the disk properly. In the
yeah,
networking, you haven't created any switches. You haven't created any port groups.
yeah.
So before creating VMs, you need to create the switches and then you need to
Okay.
create the port group.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll just stop sharing. Zishan, Zishan, I shared a video today. You need
Yes.
to be an expert of that video. Okay. Just spend
Okay, sir.
time with the video.
No problem, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
So so who was sharing the screen with me just before this?
I can do that.
Okay. Yes. Please go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so I was in the middle of making the diagram. Anyhow.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen. Yes.
Yeah, so I was in the middle of making this architectural diagram, but let me show you let me start from here. So I have disks here, like 5 disks, because when I added the disk in the host, so those were in devices, like raw disks.
Right.
And then I made 5 data stores here. And if I go here in networking, then I do have my 2 like VMs. And these 2 VMs are connected with the vSwitch 1 and vSwitch 2.
Okay, that's good.
These are port groups, like not in the ports actually. And these are my 4 VMs. And if I go here in the first VM,
So in the first VM, where is networking?
yeah, this is the one. Like this is the thing. The switch 1. Yeah, VM1 is connected with switch 1, and switch 1 is connected with port 1.
Okay, and why is there 2 adapters on this?
No, this is an error actually. I forgot to disconnect it.
It's okay. It's okay. You can remove it. So remove the adapter.
From here? No, I guess not. But I have to go in the virtual machine.
Virtual machine setting. Edit. So edit right on the top. Or
Yes.
you can go from here too.
Mm-hmm. But this one is not connected here. Then why this is showing? I can remove it?
Yes, you can remove it. So basically by default, it comes with one network card. So what you did, you added another network card for your new switch. So that's why it's there.
Right.
Otherwise, you would have just connected your default network card.
Right. Okay, so now it's good. It's good. Okay. And if I go back again to my second VM, so my second VM is connected with the switch 2, and switch 2 is connected with the port 2. All right?
Yes.
And the SSH, I have enabled it. SSH is running here.
SSH is running here. Very good. So you enabled from DCUI or you enabled right from here?
No, I enabled it from here, from DCUI.
Okay. So you enabled from DCUI, but you you can verify it from the services.
Right.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Any challenge doing this?
It's like not that kind of challenge, but initially ESXi host, when I was making the server, like this took a long time in installation. I don't know for what reason. And then it was not turning on properly. I went to the advanced, and it was basically on like I changed it to BIOS. That was the only challenge which I had. Other than that, like everything was in my mind, so I was able to do it perfectly.
Okay, very good.
Awesome, thank you.
That's good. Okay, so Salim, do you want to share your screen? What's happening on your machine?
Yeah, I'm just like, give me like, sir, 5 minutes.
Okay. And Alamgir, how about your infrastructure? Oh, you already finished it. And Ashish, about your infrastructure?
I have finished Adnan bhai.
Okay, everything is done. Any challenge, any question?
No, not much. But your sound just totally went like totally low actually.
Okay, my sound is low. Is it fine now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Like I have
Oh.
my volume almost on full blasting, like kind of like that. I don't know if it's the same
Okay,
thing for
just a
everybody.
second. Yeah, just a second. Is my sound low for everyone or?
No, it's fine, sir. Perfect.
Fine, sir.
So Ashish, is it the sound? Is it any better now, or no?
Yeah, it's better actually. It worked out actually. I just had to shut down another app. Basically, that's what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
now
that
it's
was all my.
fine.
That
You
was all
can
bad.
you can so you can hear me.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, you're most welcome. And so guys, just 2 more minutes, and I'm gonna start the the lecture here in 2 more minutes.
Can I rephrase my question, sir?
Oh yes, sorry about that. Yes, you can.
Yes, I have to rephrase. Like,
Yes.
We have already given an IP address to the ESXi machine. On that ESXi machine, we create like numerous VMs.
Right.
So each VM is it's a server in its own in its own kind, sir. So every server must have an IP address. How does it go about? Like, for example, this ESXi host is hosting 10 virtual machines.
Right.
So every virtual machine must have its own IP address.
Yes.
This is my question, sir. How does it like? But original IP address is only one which you have given to the ESXi machine.
I lost your voice, Fez.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my question is like ESXi machine has one IP address. In this case is .185.
Mm-hmm.
On this machine, ESXi machine, we are hosting 4 virtual machines. So those 4 virtual machines, for example, are Windows Server.
Right.
Those are critical servers.
And they will have their own static IP addresses.
Yes. So how we are going to allocate IP addresses?
Yes. So in order to allocate IP addresses, we will log into each VM and then just configure IP address.
Okay, but the host machine has got only one IP address.
Yes, host machine has only one IP address, but VMs can have their own IP address, and VMs will act like individual servers. So when the VM is created, it will be exactly like a physical server. So you can assign multiple. So you can assign one IP address each to each VM, and it will be considered as a separate server from the host machine.
Okay, but that IP address will come from the same address scheme on which the ESXi host has been
Yes,
assigned?
yes. So it should be from the same subnet. It should be from the same subnet so that it can talk to other VMs.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, you're most welcome.
Sir, can I share my screen? When I try to,
Yes, please share your screen.
yeah, the same password, same ID. Yeah, I think I already connected.
No, I have to connect to your machine.
Okay, same password.
Okay. So you have to tell me the password.
Yeah, U for United 2, E
U2,
for,
E,
yeah, U2, E8, E2.
E2. Okay. Okay, I can see your screen.
Yeah. When I try to create like virtual machine,
Mm-hmm.
it's showing like your storage is like not supporting.
Yes. So for that you need to select thin provisioning. So go to next.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Remember?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. So virtual machine name is 1 second. What's the name? App VM1. I can choose anyone, right?
Yes.
32-bit. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so I'll disconnect from your machine.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, let's begin. So the idea behind this exercise was to basically see that how everyone is doing. So most of you were able to complete all of the steps. And this is basically sometimes when you go to the interview, they will give you instructions like these, and you need to complete exactly how you completed right now. And it happened with me once in the interview. They provided me a full sheet to create like two domain controllers, two failover cluster nodes, and two NLB nodes. And also so there were some high level instructions and I had to do it. So this is one of the instructions. Now you need to have a very good idea of ESXi host and how the networking is done. From this exercise, it is clear that you must have a switch, and in the switch, you must have a port group. So you have a switch and you don't have a port group, you won't be able to connect your VMs. In order to connect your VMs, you must have a port group in a switch where you are connecting to. So the important thing here is so whenever a task is given to you, always try to draw it down on a high level, make a high level diagram on a piece of paper with a pencil so that you can erase the marks, or maybe with a pen as well. But try to understand the architecture and then start making it one by one, bit by bit, a smaller part of the project, then the second part, then third part, then go back to your architecture. So in order to complete this all, what we need to do is you need to have a very good understanding and you need to spend time with that. And I can see that some of you have spent a lot of time with with these labs so that you were able to complete the task. And I would request everyone, please spend time with this. Honestly, I know that we are busy with the work as well. So we have other work, but at the same time, we are spending time here to become an expert of this tool. So becoming a cloud admin or system admin is basically becoming an expert of these tools. So the more expert you are with the tool, the more comfortable you are with using these tools. That is basically what is required in the job market. So today what we are doing, everyone, today we are expanding our discussion, our understanding with VCSA. So VCSA, as we know, and we had a lot of discussions on VCSA. VCSA is a vCenter. Can we mute our mics, everyone? So it's, thank you. So
Sir, I have a question.
please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Normally, the VMs, they are connected with how many switches? Like one, two, or like many? And why they are connected with many switches if they are?
Yes, so that's a good question. Why VMs are connected to many switches?
Just one VM, sir. One. I'm just talking about one VM.
Yes.
Like it comes with built-in switch, right?
Right.
So we add another switch. But sometimes, like in the previous lab, you said you add like maybe 4 switches, 5 switches. Why is that?
Yes, so only in certain architectures, you have a VM that will be connected to multiple switches. So for example, if you're looking at the screen, this architecture is a special architecture that is showing a kind of a DMZ implementation. So DMZ, if we can remember from our previous lecture, DMZ is a firewall based as a protected location in which all of your VMs are protected. So if you're looking at the diagram here, on this side, you have firewall 1, and on this side, this is firewall 2. And inside, this is your VMs that are protecting. So basically, these two VMs are your internal network, and these are the firewalls that are protecting them. Anyone who needs to connect to this VM will come from here and connect to the firewall. If it is allowed, then it will be given access. So going back to your question, why a single VM is connected to 2 switches? This single VM is connected to 2 switches. So one network card is connecting this VM to the internal network, and the other network card is connecting it to the public network. So that's the reason why this VM has 2 network cards and connected to 2 switches. Most of the time, one VM will be connected to one switch. So there is no need for VM to be connected to many switches. One VM needs just one switch to be connected. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys. So, as we were expanding on vCenter, vCenter is an appliance that is used, basically vCenter will be an appliance that is used for the purpose of managing all ESXi hosts. And vCenter, so we have ESXi host, we have one ESXi host, we have a second ESXi host. We can manage these ESXi hosts from one location. But if you have many ESXi hosts, how would you manage it? We manage all these different ESXi hosts using vCenter. And vCenter is of 2 types. So vCenter, when we started with vCenter, okay, so right here, vCenter in previous versions were of 2 types. Guys, it is a very important that we understand today's lecture. So vCenter. vCenter is a tool that with which we can manage multiple ESXi hosts from one software. From one location or from one console. From one console. vCenters are of 2 types. Number 1, Windows-based vCenter. So vCenter types. Windows-based vCenter and appliance-based vCenter. Windows-based vCenter and appliance-based vCenter, guys. Windows-based vCenter was a vCenter that was a full-fledged, that was considered as a full vCenter. It was used till 5.5 or 6 version 6.
And it has also required the dedicated server to
Yes.
install the vCenter.
Excellent, good. So it required a dedicated Windows server. It required a dedicated Windows server. Now, why is it important to remember Windows-based vCenter? Because in some places where you go, they might have a dedicated vCenter. Now, once the vCenter is installed, the console will be exactly the same. The console will be exactly the same. So you just need to remember that if it is a dedicated vCenter or is it an appliance-based vCenter. Whereas appliance-based vCenter, it is installed, it doesn't require any dedicated server. So here, it requires a dedicated
but it is installed in the ESXi host.
It is required required a dedicated physical or virtual server and also required a Windows license. So right starting from version 5.5, everyone, right starting from version 5.5, VMware wanted to move away from the Windows-based vCenter because they didn't want to buy extra licenses for Windows, extra server dedicated for vCenter. So this is why they started working on the first time appliance-based vCenter was introduced in version 5.5. So 5.5 was the appliance-based version. At that time, both type of vCenter were available. So from version 5 and 5.5 and 6, both vCenters were available. And once appliance-based vCenter is now strong enough, can do everything exactly like a Windows-based vCenter. Now starting from version 6.5, Windows-based vCenter is now deprecated, it's removed. So starting version 6.5, appliance-based vCenter is used. So appliance-based vCenter. Now appliance-based vCenter, as we have already seen, it comes as a ISO. Download an ISO file. Mount the ISO file. I think most of you have done this installation multiple times. And so we download the ISO and then we mount the ISO and we run the installer. Once you run the installer, then what happens? Then it goes from stage 1 and stage 2.
Yes, sir, I have a question here.
Please go ahead.
At this point.
Yes.
So once you install this in the first phase, when you go to the, I think first or second. So when you install, DNS server and its domain. So sometimes what happens if there is a suppose 360 cloud, it won't take 360 cloud. It just takes cloud. Why it doesn't take any numbers? And if the primary server is 360, so will it create any problem when it's installed?
So okay, so there are two questions. One question is that whenever you create a vCenter, it always try to connect with the name, not with the IP address, right?
No, not on that point, sir. When you there's a manual entry, right?
On stage 1 and stage 2.
I have to check. Give me
okay, no, that's fine. I mean, you're saying during the installation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, during the installation, and what's your question?
So there's a manual installation that you install the server name and the uh, domain name. So if the server name is with the number like 360 or any number, it won't take. It just because when you try to create it, it gives you warning that you cannot assign any numbers. Just you can assign letters. So if your primary server where you want to connect it uh, after, so you won't be able to connect, right, sir?
Okay, so let me try to understand the question. So
Give
first
me
of
one
all,
second. Actually, I think I have a picture.
okay, you can show me a
हाँ
picture.
तेरा बेड़ा ताज मैंने इधर रखना ना.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, it's okay, no problem. So you can share a picture. I mean, I'm not able to understand that. Where is it when you're naming the V center? When you're naming the V center, at that point it says that you cannot have numbers in the name.
Not vCenter, sir. I think it's a manual. When you told that when you in future when you want to connect it with the domain name and also maybe with the server name. On that
Okay,
point, when you
okay.
install a manual entry.
It's okay. I mean, if you have a picture, you can show it to me, or you can try to find that place because I'm not able to understand which place is it. There are some there might be some restrictions connecting to domain or the server name, but here I'm not able to understand that which part of the installation or configuration is it. Okay. So, and if you found the picture, just let us know, or maybe if you find the option within the console, you can just show it to me and then we can discuss. So at this point, guys, appliance-based installation, we did a lot of time these installations and we had error messages during the installation. Even I have the error messages during installation as well. So it goes through stage 1 and stage 2, and then after that, after the installation, you need to connect to after the installation, in order to connect to VCSA. So first of all, after installation, first of all, VCSA is deployed as VM. We need to remember that all the appliances, so not only VCSA, but there are some other appliances as well. These all appliances are installed as a VM. So they will be available as a VM within ESXi host number 1. And you need to make sure that the VM is running. So VM is running going into that ESXi host number 1. So this is after installation. And in order to manage ESXi host, there are 2 types of consoles available. So to manage VCSA, 2 types of consoles available. Number 1 is a basic configuration console. And second one is the main management console. So within the basic configuration console, we don't have to do much in that other than to see that if all of the services are running. Verify if all VCSA services are running. And we can do some basic settings as time sync servers. So we can do some basic settings, but most of the time, if all of the VCSA services are running, we don't have to do anything in basic. Everything will be done. All the management will be done from the main management console. So from the management console. So now we need to become an expert of VCSA management console. So what needs to be done? So here, managing ESXi environment. So managing ESXi environment from VCSA. So how do you manage ESXi environment, guys? The very first thing that we are going to do in ESXi environment is to add the, so first of all, there is a hierarchy that we need to understand in VCSA. In VCSA, the first time when we log into VCSA, we need to create a data center. And then within the data center, we will need to add, ESXi host. So create, and I'm going to show you how to create a data center, but let's first understand what is a data center. Create data center. And add host to the data center. Now, data center is a logical container where we add all of the ESXi hosts. So it's a logical container where we add ESXi host. Okay, so first of all, data center will be a logical container. So, I mean, if you want to remember data center, you can remember data center as a OU. I mean, you can relate it as an OU in Active Directory. Remember that in Active Directory, we can create different OUs. So one OU for Toronto City, another OU for Quebec City, another OU for New York City, and then you create users and everything inside exactly in the same manner. I mean, the first part of the vCenter where we start adding all these different ESXi hosts, we create a data center. And under the data center, we will start adding the hosts. So let's say we have 3 ESXi hosts, we will add ESXi host under the data center. And data center is a logical unit. So always remember it's a logical container where we add ESXi host. So it's nothing but a logical container. Without a data center, you won't be able to manage ESXi host. So this is the first thing that we do. We create a data center, number one. Number two, then we add ESXi host. And when you add ESXi host, everyone, you need to use your root account for ESXi host. Root account for to vCenter. Once these ESXi hosts are added, then we can start managing. So all the ESXi hosts will be present under one console with this. So we will be doing that in the lab, but here let's understand. So first of all, we create a data center, then we add ESXi host. Okay, I think Wasim's mic is on. Okay, so add ESXi host to the data center. So once ESXi host is added to the data center, everyone, what we need to do next task will be after that. So how many tasks do we need to do once we have VCSA? We need to create a data center. It's a logical container like a group, and under data center, we will add ESXi host. And next, what we need to do is we need to connect VCSA with our Active Directory. So connect Now, why do we need to connect Active Directory? Why do we need to connect VCSA to Active Directory? Because we need Active Directory users to have access to vCenter environment.
Sir, what is the job of SSH?
So I'm going there. So in a moment, I'll explain that as well. So we'll park that question. Okay. So connect VCSA, and I'm giving you these step by step how to configure vCenter. So when we configure, so first of all, we have the installation. Installation is done. vCenter is available. We know there are two consoles. That there is basic console. There is VCSA. Guys, remember. Please remember that we need to become an expert of VCSA in this complete environment. Whatever we have done, we understood the basic. Our roots are now, we have a strong roots now. So we do understand what is our ESXi host, what is vSwitches, what is VMs, how VMs are connected to port group and the vSwitch. And also we also understand the basic storage in each ESXi host. So now with this information, now we can start learning VCSA, and VCSA is the main tool that you need to become an expert. So so for that reason, this is a very, very important lecture, and we need to have all of our attention to VCSA. Okay, so in VCSA, the very first thing we will create is a data center, number one. Then we add host to the data center. Secondly, once the ESXi hosts are added, then we connect our VCSA to Active Directory. Why do we connect to VCSA to Active Directory? Because all the users are in Active Directory, and we need those users to have access to the VMs inside ESXi host. So remember that these ESXi host has VMs. So these ESXi hosts might have, let's say in your environment. So environment example. So environment example can be, let's take an environment example. There are 10 ESXi hosts in your organization. So 10 ESXi hosts. And in each ESXi host, there are 25 VMs. So now total number of VMs are 250 VMs in your environment. So these VMs are different type of servers, guys. These servers can be Windows servers, Linux servers, Unix servers, and etc. So these are all types of servers, guys. Total 250 servers you're managing from vCenter. So you can imagine that this vCenter, how important this tool is, where you're managing around 250 servers. And 250 servers are the servers that are all types of servers. So this is why we need to connect Active Directory to VCSA, because the users who are using these servers are logging into these servers are the Active Directory users. So this is why your question is that why do we need to connect Active Directory to VCSA? And the reason is so that Active Directory users can log into the VMs inside ESXi host.
So, sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
So in VCSA, when the users log in, so that means you have Active Directory, I mean. So that means you have to give each and every VM access, or you have to install Active Directory to every VM?
No. So I mean, so let me rephrase this question. So we need to join all the VMs to Active Directory. I think this is what your question is, right?
Yes. So once you join it, all the VMs will be able to access to AD, right?
Exactly, exactly. So in order to provide security, all these servers, these 250 servers will be joined to Active Directory. And since they are joined to Active Directory, we need Active Directory users to log into these 250 servers, right? So that AD users can log into VMs using AD credentials. Using AD credentials. So right here, guys, again, one more time in VCSA, first of all, we create a data center. Secondly, we add the ESXi host to the data center. And we need to understand why are we adding ESXi host to VCSA? Because we don't want to manage each ESXi host separately. I mean, you can see that if you need to manage 10 ESXi hosts separately, that will be a bit difficult. I mean, managing their networking, their storage, everything separately will be very, very difficult. Though it can be done, but it will be more hassle. It will be difficult in a large environment. And so for that reason, we manage all the ESXi hosts. We add them to data center, which is part of VCSA. So once they are part of VCSA, the third step that we need to do is to connect VCSA to Active Directory, so that all AD users will be able to log into the Active Directory. And the next step will be to configure permissions. Okay, so this is, I mean, these are the basic settings that we are going to do today, and advanced settings are later on we will be connecting. So here, let me write here some advanced configuration. This will be done later on, but for today, we will be doing all this. In advanced configuration, we will be having adding a cluster to all the ESXi hosts. So configuring open filer storage with all ESXi hosts.
Sir, again, question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, like in each VM, there will be different users.
In each VM, there will be different users, yes.
So suppose if you want to authenticate or give permission to one user, not 3 users. So that means there will be a group policy thing for each like VM and then each user from vCenter.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question? So there are users in each VM, yes.
Yes. Suppose if there are 5 users, you want to give 2 users access to something, not to 3 users, right? So how it will work? Like, because you have like 250 maybe VMs, right? So in those all VMs, there will be hundreds of employees. So how the policies will work to each user or each VM? How?
Okay, so you're saying there are 5,000 users and there are 250 servers. How we can set up permissions and security in order for those users to access different VMs, different services, different applications, different databases?
Yes, and how we can forbid them to access.
Exactly. So Alamgir, we do this. So let's say this is a very brand new environment. So everyone, this is an important question, that how do we configure security in this large environment? So there are 4,000 users, how they will access these VMs, and how do we provide, let's say, finance department only access to the finance department VMs. Out of 250 VMs, there are 10 servers belongs to finance department, 2 servers belongs to maybe call center department, and 20 servers belong to infrastructure department. How do we assign these permissions? So to answer this, Alamgir, we do this gradually. This is all done gradually. I mean, this is an example of 250 servers. When a new organization starts, in the beginning, you might have only 5 servers. And then they start expanding, and we need to do the settings on 5 servers. So you need to keep that in mind. Let's say keeping that clinic example in mind. In clinic, we had only 2 servers and we had like 15 workstations, remember? So 15 workstation in 2 servers, we just individually set up permissions on all these systems. So if you can understand, if you can keep that small clinic in mind, you will be able to understand any large infrastructure. So all those settings will be done gradually. So let's say today we receive a request from the finance department that create 10 new VMs. So we will create 10 new VMs. Then our next question will be, who will be the administrator on this servers? Then they will let us know, okay, Mike is an administrator. Please give Mike full admin rights on the 10 servers. So your job is to create the 10 servers and give admin rights to Mike, and Mike will be able to set up security based on their own requirement. So to answer your question, all these settings, all these security will be done gradually within this environment. When you join any organization, this is all done. But you do need to understand that, let's say tomorrow you get a request that, Mike is not able to log in. So then you need to understand that which server you need to go to and what settings you need to set up. For example, Mike needs a password reset. For that, you need to go into AD users and computer and reset the password. Let's say Mike is not able to log into 2 of the VMs. Then you need to go into the VMs and look into the administrator user, that if Mike has access to those VMs. So to answer your question, yes, setting up a big environment is challenging. If you do it once, if you have to do it in one time at the beginning, but this never happens. The environment is configured gradually, and based on the requirement, we set up all the security.
So outcome is that the local admin will be responsible for everything, and you will just take care of the admin, right?
Yes, so we are responsible as a VMware admin. We are only responsible for that these VMs should be running. So these VMs should be running. Their network and storage is configured properly. Rest of the management is the local admin responsibility
of the VMs admin, right?
Exactly.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
So guys, this is what we are going to do. We are going to create a data center. I mean, we have all done through the VMware installation, but we need to remember that there are 2 types of VCSA: Windows-based VCSA. There is appliance-based VCSA. Appliance-based VCSA is deployed as a VM at the end, and this is what we are working with. And once this VCSA is deployed, then we log into the management console. We will create a data center. Within the data center, we will add all of the ESXi host. And one of the environment example is this, but in our case, we will have 3 ESXi hosts, and 3 ESXi hosts, we will add it here. And then we will connect connect to Active Directory, VCSA with Active Directory. And then later on, we will configure permissions, and we will try to log into one of the ESXi hosts with SSH. So here, SSH, I will explain what is SSH and how do we connect to SSH and why do we need to connect to SSH in a moment. But later on, our advanced target is the advanced configuration of VCSA is configuring open file storage for all ESXi hosts. And then we will be creating a cluster for the ESXi host and provide high availability. And configure advanced vCenter options. vCenter features, which is advanced vCenter features. Once we are done with open file storage configuration, we are done with the cluster configuration, then we will start configuring vMotion. We will start configuring DRS. SDRS, HA, FT, and this is our target. Said that we need to configure all this, and then we will be configuring update services and backup services. So guys, these are our goals, and this is what we need to become an expert. This is basic VCSA setting, and this is advanced VCSA settings. So this is the next part where we will be working on mostly. So this is the advanced this is the advanced configuration where we need to become an expert of. So today we will be working on the basic VCSA settings here. Now, before doing that, let's quickly get a quick definition of SSH. SSH stands for Secure Socket Shell. This is Secure Socket Shell. Secure Socket Shell, it is a command line utility. It is a command line utility to manage ESXi host. Now, to manage ESXi host, remember everyone, please type yes in the chat window if you're present, everyone. Wasim, you're already unmuted. You can unmute from your side as well.
So Wasim has to do troubleshooting at his work.
Oh, okay. So he's saying, but he's asking that unmute me. So I don't see any option to unmute him from here. Okay, so Wasim, can you hear us? If you can hear us, just type that in the chat window. Okay. So everyone, what is SSH? SSH is a secure socket shell. It is a command line utility to manage ESXi host. Now, how do you manage ESXi host? We can manage ESXi host from the HTML client, remember? So ESXi host can be managed from ESXi host can be managed from where? It can be managed from HTML. From HTML5 client. This is how we are managing ESXi host. But guys, in some rare circumstances, in some rare situations where you're not able to connect to ESXi host through HTML5 client. Now, what is a HTML5 client? HTML5 client is this client. So this client that we see here, this is HTML5 client. So any time when somebody asks you, how do you manage ESXi host? ESXi host is managed through this client. This is HTML5 client. And when you log into ESXi host, this is how we can manage. But in some rare circumstances where you're not able to log into this, we can log into ESXi host using SSH. So SSH is just another way of logging into ESXi host. So here we can see SSH is just another way of logging into SSI to manage ESXi host. Now, how do you use? So the question is, how to use SSH connection. In order to use SSH connection, first of all, SSH needs to be enabled on ESXi host. Secondly, we need a SSH client to connect to ESXi host. We need SSH client to connect to ESXi host. Now, what is the client? SSH client is, it is called PuTTY or PuTTY client. It is called PuTTY client. In some cases, it is known as PuTTY client, and sometimes it is also known as PuTTY client. So PuTTY client is basically, it's a client, it's an SSH client. With this, first of all, we need to log in the PuTTY client on the Windows machine. So here, just a high level steps. From internet, and once it is downloaded, then we connect. So first of all, we need to download PuTTY client, then we need to open PuTTY client, then we need to connect to ESXi host. And then we need to connect to ESXi host using ESXi IP address. So this is, I mean, so again, going back to your question, what is SSH client, guys? SSH client is nothing but a command line utility. So everything that we do in the HTML5 client, we can do it from the PuTTY client as well. So for example, here, we can see that what can we do on ESXi host? I can go to VMs and see all of the VMs. I can go to storage and I can create a data store inside the ESXi host. I can go to networking, work on the vSwitches, work on port groups and all, and everything can be done from this type of client. So if you need to connect to ESXi host through command line and run all of the commands that you do in HTML5 client, we can use SSH. And SSH, why is it called SSH? Because it is a secure shell client. It is secure, it is encrypted, and nobody can intercept the traffic when you're logging into the SSH client. But in order to work with SSH, we need to download PuTTY client. So for example, I'll go and find.
So there are two versions, 32-bit and 64-bit.
Can you please come closer to the mic and then ask your question again, please?
Sir, for PuTTY, there are two versions, 32-bit and 64-bit.
Yes, you need to download always 64-bit version. So whenever you get an option for 32-bit and 64-bit, always go for 64-bit. So everyone, download it on your Windows machine, not on your host machine, but on your Windows machine. If you're downloading it on your host machine, then you will need to copy it to your Windows machine from where you're managing ESXi host. So, and in order to download PuTTY client, so I just went to this website and I just Googled download PuTTY client, and PuTTY client, once you're here, you just need to go to putty.org. I'm going to open that in another link here. And I'll copy that in the chat request, in the chat as well. Okay, Wasim, you're connected now.
Sir, now can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, I can hear you. Actually, you were on the phone, Wasim, so that's why I had to mute you, and you, I think, accidentally switched it.
That's my mistake. Yeah, that's
no, it's okay. No problem.
But sir, I have a couple of questions, and I missed I
no problem. You can ask
hear
questions.
You. No, sir, I couldn't hear you this PuTTY download before that. The only thing that first that I was confused about VCSA and AD. How you synchronize these both?
Yes.
Can you explain it later on, or I can ask this question?
No, you can ask the question. We're still on the topic. So first of all, my question to you is: do you understand that why do we need to connect Active Directory to VCSA?
Yes, I guess because you have to manage more than 250 users or big environment, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We need to connect all the Active Directory users to VCSA. Okay. Now, in order to do that, in VCSA, we need to go into configuration, and we will add Active Directory as an authentication server, and we haven't done that yet. So
Okay.
what we have done, we just understood that we need to connect Active Directory to VCSA. We still have to do the configuration.
Okay. Okay, sir. One more thing. I am connected. I connected my laptop as well, so I can see your lecture. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm on the phone. I'm just listening your lecture on the phone. Second thing is, sir, my next question is, you start downloading the putty.
Yes.
And is this because you are doing something with SSH? That's why you are downloading the putty?
Exactly.
Okay.
So in order to connect to SSH and why we are using SSH, so most of our management will be done through HTML client, HTML5 client, which is this one. Where is it? Which is this client. Most of our management will be done through here, but sometimes we need to troubleshoot, we need to connect through command line interface. And SSH is nothing but a command line interface to a ESXi host.
Okay, sir, one more question I have.
Yes.
You mentioned if something happened with ESXi host, that's why we use secure connection, right? To connect with the ESXi host. That's fine. What if I want to shut down my VM and my server is not allowing me to shut down my VM? How I can shut down my VM from any other option? Is there a possibility? Did you get my question or not?
No. Can you repeat your question one more time, please?
My question is, let's see, vCenter server is not working or VCSA is not working somehow, okay? And it has a lots of virtual machines. And I want to access those virtual machines. How can I access those virtual machines, first of all? Or if I want to reboot those virtual machines, how I can do it while VCSA is not working?
Yes. Okay, so everyone, the question is, if there are VMs, so I'm directly connected to ESXi host at the moment. I'm not connected to VCSA, but once the ESXi host is connected to VCSA, then and VCSA is not available, then can you manage ESXi host? Yes, the only way to manage ESXi host is connect directly to ESXi host and then manage it. Okay, even if it is connected to VCSA, you can always use the IP address and connect to each individual ESXi host and then start or restart the VM or whatever you want to do with the VM. But if VMs are connected to your network, you can directly log into the VM as well. I mean, you don't need to every time log into ESXi host and then log into VM. VMs are just like individual servers.
Okay, sir, thank you. I have more questions related to this, but I'll ask you later on.
Okay. So guys, everyone, we have ESXi environment. Naveed, your ESXi, your VCSA is working fine? Hello, Naveed. Or Alamgir.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Naveed.
Yes, sir. So I'm okay with that VCSA. I'm on it actually.
Okay. Naveed, I need to use your ESXi, your machine to configure VCSA, if that's okay with you.
Sure, why not?
Okay. But for that, I need a team viewer. Do you have a team viewer in your machine?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
So are we okay? So okay. So for the remote code is, let me type this in the chat window.
Right.
And for I think you don't need to have a password for this, I guess.
There is a password always. This is this team viewer?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
You're giving him presentation. You have to go give remote control on the top.
Yes. So the second code which I gave you starts from 466. That is the one. Okay. And
okay, and the password? Okay, password is right here. Okay, everyone, if you're looking at the screen, we are going to configure VCSA, and this is recorded. I mean, if you're not able to follow me on this, because there will be a lot of things here, I would say that just keep on looking at the lecture and try to understand what I'm doing, and later you can just follow the video as well. Okay. Okay, so going back to our instructions first, what are we trying to do? We are trying to configure VCSA. Why are we configuring VCSA? Because with VCSA, we can manage many ESXi hosts from the same console. So being a VMware admin, you need to have expertise on VCSA and manage the environment. In our environment, what we are going to do, so we are going to do this. So first of all, I am going to create a data center, and data center is just one option. And once data center is created, then I'm going to add the ESXi host to VCSA. Secondly, and third, later we will be connecting VCSA to Active Directory, and then we will be connecting to ESXi host, managing it, and later we will be connecting to ESXi host through SSH as well. So for SSH, we just downloaded PuTTY utility, and using PuTTY utility, we can connect to ESXi host. So my first step will be to create a data center inside VCSA. And before that, I will make sure that VCSA is working fine or not. So before I can connect to Naveed's machine, I can show you my environment. In my environment, this is how I'm connected to ESXi host. So this is my ESXi host, and I can see that my VCSA is working fine. Actually, I tried 2 VCSA, both were working fine, but after restarting my environment, somehow the SSO service is not working. I will troubleshoot that later on. But VCSA can be a bit unpredictable in some cases where in my case, VCSA is working fine. Here I can see that VCSA is properly logged in. Here you can see that I have a name. The name is registered in Active Directory, and also I have an IP address as well. And when I connect to the basic configuration console, which is right here, this is the basic configuration console. And the way we log into the basic configuration console is just by using the port number with IP address. So let's say if I just remove this and I connect to the VCSA with just the port number, it will take me to the basic configuration console, which is this one. It would ask me to log in, and log into the basic configuration console will be through IP address. So I am connected, but here everything is working fine. The status of single sign-on is unknown. I still have to troubleshoot that. It was working fine though, but it's not. So I'm not going to waste any time fixing my environment. So for that reason, I am connected to Naveed's environment.
So are we basically going to install a new VCSA for ESXi 03?
No, we won't be. So what we will do is we will be using the same VCSA for all ESXi hosts. So we don't need to install a new.
Installed essentially.
Exactly, the same one that we installed before. So the very first thing while logging in, so Naveed, if you can change it to VMware, then we won't be able to see this. Okay, yes. So right here, I can see that we are logged into ESXi host directly. This is a direct ESXi host. And Naveed, if I can just have a look at it. So here, if I go to the VMs, first of all, I can see there are VMs running, but VCSA is not running. Is that the case, Naveed? VCSA is not running? You haven't logged into the VCSA?
Yes, sir, this is not running at the moment.
Okay, so we'll just run it. So this will take few moments. So once this starts running, in the meantime, we have a PuTTY client. So we have PuTTY client here, and PuTTY client, the version that we need to log in is 64-bit version, which is this one. So I'm gonna download this version.
I have already downloaded it, sir.
Here. Okay, you have already downloaded it. So
yes, sir.
So from here we will just install. So go show in the folder and run the PuTTY client. And here we need to provide the IP address of your ESXi host. So just provide an IP address of your ESXi host where you enabled ESXi. So what is your IP address, Naveed? Can you type your...
Yes, 192.168.
Are you typing or you want me to type?
No, I am typing actually. 192.168.10. If I'm not wrong, yes, 60. There you go.
Okay, so all you need to do, just click open. And here it's just saying network connection refused. This means that maybe SSH is not working on this. So let's check that out. And this is your ESXi host, which is 60. So we'll go into the configuration and password.
Yes, sir. PASSWORD number 1 and %.
Okay. Okay, from here, we can just go into troubleshooting option. And within troubleshooting option, we can go to SSH, and here we can see it is disabled. So we just need to enable this. So here, I'm just gonna click enter, press enter on this, and it is enabled. Okay, it is disabled again because I click. Can you press enter once and just make sure it is enabled?
Sure. One minute, sir.
Sure, no problem.
Sir, in the
Yeah,
meantime,
it is enabled now.
Okay, it's enabled now. Yes, Alamgir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. You have downloaded 2 VCSA. So, like, we can download 2 VCSA in one VM, like in one EXI host.
So we downloaded. Yes. So yes, yes. Your question is that can we have multiple VCSA in our environment? Yes. If you have enough RAM, you can install 10 VCSA in your environment. So just keep on installing. But why?
In one, I mean, in one EXI host.
Yes, you can have. As long as you have resources, you can have many ESXi hosts there.
Okay.
Many VCSA there. But there is no reason for having multiple VCSA. In my case, I just did it because I just wanted to make sure that, because both of my VCSA were working fine. And but as soon as I restart my environment, it doesn't work. So that's what happened with my second VCSA. I'll troubleshoot that later on. So for that reason, but if you have one VCSA working, that is good. So you don't need to have a second VCSA.
So sir, is there any backup for the VCSA? Suppose if it's not working, so all the environment will be shut, right? So
no. So also remember everyone that if VCSA is not working, the only problem you will have is you won't be able to manage your ESXi environment, but your VMs will still be running. So if these VMs are running, VCSA is not managing the VMs. VCSA is only managing the ESXi environment. So if VCSA is down, you won't be able to manage the ESXi environment, meaning you won't be able to make changes to the vSwitches. You won't be able to make changes to the storage. So just the management won't be working, but otherwise your VMs are accessible to your end users. So end users won't have any complaints. I mean, you will have time to fix your VCSA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here, what
Sorry,
I did.
I just wanted to interrupt. Just a quick question. So now when we create the the VCSA, right, on your virtual machine itself will pop up a machine saying ESXi always, right?
Okay, there was some part of your question missing. Can you repeat your question?
Is it better now? Can you hear me better?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so now when we create the VCSA, obviously there's a VMware, a virtual machine that is created, right?
Right.
So basically, if the virtual machine doesn't pop up, that means it was not installed properly.
If the virtual machine doesn't pop up while clicking on this here.
Right. So see, you know how you have the list over there. If the virtual machine is not there, that means the VCSA did not install, right?
Yes, for sure. If the VCSA, if you're not able to see the VM, it's not installed. Yes.
Right. Okay. So I had just a quick question. So I was working with Human Bhai the other day, and his machine was only like 14 GB essentially, right? So now to install the VCSA and stuff like that, obviously it wasn't possible because the ESXi needed 12 GB, and so in that case, would it work with just like if we give this Windows Server 1 GB and just leave 1 GB for the actual laptop?
No, I don't think so. It won't work because your laptop, you need to see that how much memory your laptop is. So if I look at my memory here, you need to see how much memory is available for VMware. So if I go to my performance, I can clearly see that, I mean, everything here, everything is running, but you need to keep an eye on this memory, how much memory was available when you were installing the VCSA. If there is not enough as equal to 12 GB at least, you won't be able to, even VM it won't create a VM though.
Right. That's basically what was happening. So we were trying for like the longest time till like 3 o'clock in the night, to be honest. And then we were like, oh my God, like why is this not working? Eventually I'm like, oh my God, it was just 14 GB. So I guess basically that's what it is, right? If so regardless of the fact that you need like a 16 GB machine at least to install VCSA.
Your last part of the question was missed.
You need like a 16 GB machine at least to install the VCSA.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So guys, now that VCSA is running, okay, so we were testing out the PuTTY client. So in order to use the PuTTY client, we need to make sure that SSH is enabled. So we need to understand the fact that why are we using the PuTTY client? We are using PuTTY client to troubleshoot or maybe to log into the ESXi host using the command line interface. In order to log into the ESXi host using command line interface, first of all, we went into the server and we enabled the SSH by going into F2, and this is, you've already seen that. And now since SSH is enabled, now we need to log in using PuTTY client. So a PuTTY client was installed previously in, few minutes back. So I'm just gonna find the PuTTY client here. Okay. I'm just going to run this file again. And here, I'm going to use the IP address 192.60 and try to open this. So now it is asking for this warning. Once you get this warning, basically this warning is the certificate warning, and all you need to do is press yes. And here now you will get the login, and I'm going to use the root account, the same account that you used to log in to ESXi, and the password. So is it exclamation or the @ sign at the end?
ampersand shift 7.
Shift 7.
Yeah. So password P capital PASSWORD1 and then shift 7.
Okay. So, and we are logged in. So guys, this is what is known as SSH login. Now here, if you know the commands, you can run all of the commands. This is where you can run Linux commands and all the commands to manage the ESXi environment. And remember, this is only done when HTML5 is not available. Okay. So can you make the font, sir? The problem is if we can make the font bigger. Let me see that if we can make the font bigger. No, if I can do Ctrl++.
Yes.
Okay, so this is better. Okay, so SSH, we're done with SSH. What we did, we downloaded the client and then we enabled SSH. Guys, remember, for the interview purposes. And you need to repeat that at home for all ESXi hosts, that how to enable SSH and how to log into SSH. Okay, so SSH, this is how we log in, but most of the management, we do it right from here. So if I go back to now the second step is we need to connect to VCSA. So in order to connect to VCSA, we are going to, so this is my ESXi host. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a smaller screen, and that smaller screen is not good enough. I'm going to increase the other font, but I'm going to make the screen bigger again. So this screen is bigger, but I'm gonna just zoom out on. Okay, so in here, so this is the ESXi host that we are working on. Now on ESXi host, the very first thing, what are we going to do, everyone? We are going to now create a data center, and then we are going to add ESXi host. So one step at a time. First of all, we logged, actually we made sure that VCSA is working, and now we are going to connect to VCSA. So VCSA, first of all, I need to know the IP address. I mean, this is exactly like, this is my first day at work, and my boss wants me to configure VCSA. So very first thing that I asked them, where is VCSA? I mean, this is a logical question to ask. Why? Because I'm new to the environment and I don't know where they installed VCSA. So I asked them, where is VCSA? They told me it's on ESXi 1, and I connected to ESXi 1. I went in, I found the VM, and I'm looking at the IP address. So the IP address of VCSA is 192.168.10.50. So I'll leave that here. And first of all, I'll try to log in to the basic screen, to the basic configuration screen. So for that, I need to use the port number. So $54.80 and enter. So this should be connecting me to the basic console of VCSA.
Sir, the IP is 60.
No, so your VCSA IP is 50.
Oh yes, that is okay, right?
Right.
So Adnan bhai, I've been trying to connect to the VCSA. I've been getting timed out for some reason this whole time.
For that, just try to just make sure that VCSA is working. So you're not getting to this screen?
Yeah, it's just timing out. I made sure that the virtual machine is on. I made sure that the other machine is on. They have connectivity. Everything is pinging.
So are you connecting to the, are you trying to connect to the basic configuration screen or the main management screen?
The basic, either or. It's not connecting to either or of them.
So are you connecting using IP address, or are you trying to connect through name?
IP address.
Okay, the IP address. Did you try pinging the IP address? See that if pinging is working or not?
I'm going to check it right now.
So in Naveed's case, all services are working.
Destination host unreachable.
Yes, so weird. Destination host unreachable, meaning that first of all, you have a networking issue. Your VCSA might be working fine, but it's not available there. So for networking, you need to see that where is it, where is the bottleneck, which means that is it the vSwitch? Is it connected to the VM port group where it should be?
I am checking that right now. Yes, it is.
Okay. So so you can keep on checking, or I can check that out at the end of the lecture. So since we have,
sure.
So I need to show you guys the configuration here. So if it is not working, it's fine. You can just take notes for now, or I can help you troubleshoot later on, okay? So guys, everyone, I made sure that VCSA is working fine. Guys, this is being recorded. You can just keep on looking at the screen and then later on repeat the same steps. So I can see that all services are good and this should be good as well. So basically here, I don't need to do anything in this console. So my second stop will be to connect to the management console of VCSA. For that, I will open one more tab. I will use the same IP address, but without the port number. When you connect to the VCSA without the port number, it will take you to the screen. And here I would launch the VCSA client, HTML5 client. And always remember, logging into the management console, you won't be using the root user account. You need to use the administrator at vsphere.local. So in this case, I'm going to use administrator at vsphere.local, which is right here. And it's the same password, Naveed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the same password and login. So once this is login, everyone, once this is login, always remember that the very first step is in order to configure VCSA is to create a data center. Now, data center is that logical unit under which all of the ESXi hosts will be connected. So I have one ESXi host on. We can switch on other. So your ESXi 3 is having 4 GB. Do you have enough RAM? Can we switch on one more ESXi host, Naveen?
Yes, why not? Please, no problem.
So we can have, actually we can check your memory. So keep looking at the memory as well. So here, if we can go to performance, here we can see you have a lot of memory available. Okay, good. So you have, okay, one more ESXi host can be switched on. So this ESXi host is being switched on. So for now, this is the main console. So here we can see that we are okay. So this is the vCenter client. This is this is VCSA right here, and this is the main management console. It's almost this. I mean, it's a little bit different from the HTML client. This is HTML client where we were logging in. So this is our HTML client, and this is VCSA client. So in HTML client, you can manage one ESXi host at one time. So I can look at the host and see the CPU, how the CPU is doing. So on this ESXi host, which is 180. So 180 is your new ESXi host, which is 3, okay? What about the current ESXi host, which is where the vCenter is? I think the CPU is reaching probably 90 or more than 90% because of this. Let's look at the navigator and look at the host. So here I'm looking at the CPU, it is reaching 81%, which is fine because VCSA is working on this. So this is ESXi host, everyone. And here I have, which is right here. So this is my vCenter. And in vCenter, I'm connected to ESXi host. Now let's quickly have a look at this console. On this side to start with, here it will show you who is logged in, and here you can change the password of administrator as well. And here you can switch themes. This is just different colors. Here you have different preferences. I think mostly for the use of the language and the time format and this and that. So mainly this is just cosmetic settings here, but here the main thing is who are you logged in with? I'm logged in with administrator in VCSA, number 1. Number 2, here you have the help, and here you have a refresh screen. So you can refresh this console from time to time. This is what you can do right here. And here you can search for anything. So let's say if you have 100 ESXi hosts, you can just type the name of the ESXi host here. Let's say if I want to see that all of the ESXi hosts starting with 360, as soon as you type 360, it will give you a list of all of the names. So basically this is the search where you can search in complete VCSA. So later on, once we have all the ESXi hosts, this is the menu. This is the menu where you can change from different settings. You have hosts and cluster, you have shortcuts, and we will be going through this as well. You have policies, auto deploy, a lot of things here. But the main thing that we need to understand is right here. So this is host and cluster, and this is where we will be adding all of the host. Before adding anything here, we can see the summary of this vCenter. vCenter version is 7. Built is this. The last updated version is this. And there is no scheduled backup. For now, we haven't backed up anything. There are no clusters at the moment. There are no hosts at the moment. There are no VMs at the moment. So basically, this will show you how many VMs this VCSA is managing. How many clusters are there? How many hosts are there? How many VMs are there? At the moment, there is nothing. And this is a warning screen. So this is a warning screen, guys. A warning, most of the time, just like I said, I think I told you guys before as well, warnings are fine in IT. So warnings are fine. Sometimes warning is important to look at, but I mean, based on my experience in IT, and once you start working in IT, guys, you have so much work in IT as being a cloud admin, and being a server admin, you don't have time to look at the warnings. So most of the time warnings are fine, but sometimes just have a quick look at the warning. If it looks something critical, then work on it. Otherwise, here I'm just gonna acknowledge this. Acknowledge means that I've looked at the warning and I think it's fine. So basically it's just saying that CPU exertion on 192, meaning that when we were starting this, the CPU was exhausted. And definitely was exhausted because CPU was used by VCSA. So this is fine. And here it's saying vSphere Health detected new issues in the environment. Since it is a warning, I won't put time into this at the moment. If it would have been red error message, then we need to fix it. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to acknowledge this and it's fine. And under this, we have basic, some basic, attributes. Later on, we will be setting up. Later on, we will be setting up HA mode and state, and later on we'll be learning about that. And there are some more things here that we will be looking at later on. But the most important thing here, one of the most important thing in the console, everyone, one of the most important thing is this place. So this is recent task. So a recent task is important. You need to keep an eye on this. Whatever you do in VCSA will appear here in the recent task. So in the recent task, when you create a VM, when you create a data center, everything will be logged in here. And the second thing in VCSA is alarms. So these are the alarms where you need to keep an eye on. So here, the same warnings that I just acknowledged are here. And if there would have been any error message, you will see the error messages here. As you can see, guys, just like any other management console, this console is not any different. We will, once you start working on this, you will become an expert on this console. I mean, it's not very difficult to manage this once we start working on this console. On this side, we can see the CPU, memory, storage. This will start filling up shortly once we start working on this. Here we have monitor, configure, permissions, data centers, host and cluster, and we will be working on all those once we start adding more and more services to VCSA. Now, one more time, before I can make a data center, everyone, before I make a data center, all I need to do is, first of all, keep an eye on what you are doing in this environment. So basically what we did, we installed VCSA. We went through stage 1 and stage 2. After that, we verified VCSA. After that, we logged into VCSA with a basic configuration console, and this is always with a port number. We verified the services are working fine. And then we logged into the main management console. Guys, if till this part, it is all understandable, please type yes, yes in the chat window. Okay, excellent. So guys, managing VMware environment is not difficult. As you can see that we are moving step by step. We are climbing step by step on this ladder of understanding VCSA. And trust me, VCSA is a very, very important tool in this IT, in any IT environment. So till this part of it is clear, now we are going to start configuring VCSA. So the very first thing that I'm going to do is add a data center. So in order to add a data center, all I need to do is right click on this name, the IP address name of this VCSA, and here I can create a new data center. I can create a new folder as well. And folder is also a logical unit where you can add different folders for different cities. So for example,
Randy, if you don't mind, can you repeat step this one? You click on the IP address or?
Yes, I just clicked on IP address. So just click on IP address. And here you can create a new data center or you can create a folder.
Okay.
Okay, so folders we create based on a geographical location, or maybe it is based on departments. It is based on, so let's say if I have different data centers in different cities, I can create folders. So folder is just a placeholder for different type of data center. So here I am going to create two different folders just for the sake of practice. So one folder will be for the one folder for Canada. So this is my Canada data center, the data center that I have in Canada. And the second will be for US. So I'm going to create a second folder for the US. I mean, this will basically show that we have two different data center in two different locations. So in Canadian data center, so in Canadian location, so this is Canada region, this is my US region. So in Canada, obviously at the moment, we don't have anything in US, but this is just to show you that why do we have folder? Folder is just a separation of boundaries between different data centers. And in Canada, now I am going to create a data center. So my data center name is basically where the data center is located. So basically this name can be just a data center, or this can be based on where this data center is located. So let's say your company has a data center, one data center in Toronto region, another data center in London, or maybe in Quebec, or maybe another place. So you can also type here, this is TOR DC01. So I'm going to name it TOR DC01. So guys, here, I want you to remember that this data center, most of the time in VMware, we call data center as DC. So now you have a definition of DC. DC, we also know as, in our memory, we know DC as a domain controller. And in VMware, DC is also known as data center. So now you need to remember that if you're in a VMware environment and your manager is saying that go and check the DC, if the DC is working, so he might be referring to a data center, not a domain controller. Okay, so we need to remember that. So data center is a placeholder. It's a physical data center inside. So it's a data center. It is simulating a physical data center inside VMware environment. So I'm going to call this TOR data center. And I'm going to create a data center in US as well, just to mimic a data center in US. So here, I'm just going to create a new data center for New York. So now we have a data center under US and under Canada. Now in the data center, now we can start adding ESXi hosts. Let's say our ESXi hosts 2 and 3 are part of Canada data center, and ESXi 3 that we just created is part of New York data center. So for 2 and 3, I'm going to create them under data center. So now interview question is, let's say you don't have a data center in VCSA, you want to add a ESXi host. Can you add a ESXi host in VCSA without a data center? The answer is no. You cannot add ESXi host without a data center. Guys, why? Because as soon as I click on the name of VCSA, there is no option here to add a host here. So you cannot add a host without a data center. So the adding a host is only available under a data center. So before, you need to have a data center object. So the next question is, do you have to create folders in VCSA to add a data center? No, it is not required. You can directly create a data center under this. Let's say here, I just create a new data center here and call this main data center or the HQ data center. HQ data center. So meaning I can create a data center directly under VCSA. There is no requirement of creating folders. So why do we create folders? We just created folders to better manage this environment. Guys, I need your attention. I need your attention. This is very, very simple, but this needs to be understood. And it's I mean, it's exactly like you're setting up your Active Directory and creating OU structures in Active Directory. It's almost exactly the same thing. So folders are optional. We created folders just to manage our data centers properly, so that I know that the data center is under I have a Toronto data center under Canada. I have a New York data center under US, or you can directly create a data center without even folders. So I will delete this data center, because since I don't need a data center, so just to make a simple architecture, so I'm just going to go and delete the data center that I created for HQ. So once you have this data center, everyone, now I'm going to add this ESXi host. Now, again, one more time, we have discussed that many times, that why do I need to add this ESXi host? Because guys, we need to manage our ESXi environment from one console, from one location. I don't want to log into ESXi host individually and do all of the configuration. I need to have one console where I can manage my complete ESXi environment. So from here, I'm going to add ESXi host to this. So, and also remember guys, it is not recommended to directly manage ESXi host when the ESXi host is added to VCSA. So let's say I'm about to add ESXi2, which is this one, to my data center. It is not recommended. Remember, for interview purposes, that if the ESXi host is added to your VCSA, can you directly connect to the host and manage it? The answer is yes, you can, but it's not recommended. It's not recommended to connect that individually to ESXi host once it is managed by VCSA. Now, in order to add this, I'm going to do that one more time. That first of all, you need to decide that where this ESXi host will be connected to. So should it be connected to Toronto data center or the New York data center? Since I know that it is part of my Canada region, I will add it to the Toronto data center. Salim, you have a question?
No, sir. Sorry. By mistake.
No problem. So guys, here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the host. And adding a host is really easy. It's not difficult. All you need to do is provide the IP address. So it is IP address is 60. It will be part of the Toronto location, and the next. And then I click next.
Sorry, once again, sir. I lost it.
Okay, it's right here. So once you have this architecture, just right click on the data center and click add host. Provide IP address 192.168.10.60, and then you need to provide credentials, root, so root credentials with the password, and if it is available, if you can connect to the host, it will give you this security screen. If you have any networking error, then here it will give you error message. Here you will say yes. And once it is connected, it will give you the summary of your host. So it's showing you the name, it's showing you the version, and it is also showing you how many VMs are on that ESXi host. And next, here it will show you licensing. If you have licensing available, since we are working on evaluation version, so it is still good for 60 days. Otherwise, you can provide a license. I can just click on next. Guys, this next option is very important. It says lockdown mode. The word lockdown is very common nowadays because of the COVID situation. Now, lockdown, exactly like the word lockdown, if I enable this, everyone, so this is very important. If I enable this, everyone, then what happens is the host is accessible only through the local console or vCenter server. So which means that you should not log in to ESXi host directly. So if you disable this, then you are able to directly connect to the ESXi host, and you are also connecting from VCSA. So if this is disabled, it means that I can directly go here and log in as well. I can log in through here, and I can manage it through the VCSA. So guys, it is recommended that do not log in directly to ESXi host when it is managed by VCSA. For that reason, we will use the lockdown mode. So we will lock it down so that we should not be directly connect. Nobody should be able to directly connect. Let's say in your team, you have 5 VMware admins, and 2 of the VMware admin knows the recommendation of VCSA and they shouldn't. And maybe one of the VMware admin is a new admin and he saw an error message. He directly connects to ESXi host. If directly connect to ESXi host and you make any changes directly connecting to ESXi host, guys, then those changes won't be reflected in VCSA. And that can cause some issues managing this host through VCSA. For that reason, once it is connected to VCSA, do not directly log into ESXi host. So for that, we will lock down this server.
Sir.
Yes.
Sir, we read in the last lecture that this is for the accidental deletion, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Lockdown mode. Or you can say in Active Directory, we have the protect option in OUs for accidental deletion. So is it the same kind of thing?
No, it's different. It's different. So in Active Directory and OU, this is this is for the accidental deletion, but in VMware, this option is not for people to log in directly to ESXi host, just to lock the ESXi host down so that no one should be able to log in directly.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I think that I'm mixing up 2 things in one time. Okay,
exactly.
I'm kind of lost, Adnan bhai. So is this host gonna be given are we creating this based on the DNS that we have on the Windows machine?
So we are just adding this host to VCSA.
So where's the IP gonna come from, sort of thing, right? Like, is it gonna be of the ESXi host, or like is it gonna be okay, perfect. Okay.
So it will be the IP. As you can see, we are going to add a host, so it will be the IP of the host. Okay, and so yes,
sir, yes, sir. Once it's a part of VCSA, so is there any way we can revert it?
Yes, a very good question, and that I was expecting that someone would ask that question. So guys, what happens? Let's say if VCSA is not available and you're locked down the ESXi host, then how would you log in? Guys, the only way to log into the ESXi host will be directly logging into this DCUI. So let's say if VCSA goes down, and then ESXi host is locked. So I'm going to lock this. And as soon as I click next, then I won't be able to log into the ESXi host, everyone. Okay. So once I am not able to log into the ESXi host, The question is there any way you can log into the ESXi environment if VCSA is not available? Yes, there is one option. You can directly log into the ESXi host and disable the lockdown mode. So for example, I'm just gonna go here.
You mean SSH, right, sir?
No, not the SSH. There is a lockdown mode option.
Okay.
PASSWORD1 shift 7.
Okay, actually, there is a little bit of delay, so I'm pressing enter. It's just so. So now I'm going to disable the lockdown mode, everyone. So why do we need to lock down? Why am I disabling it? Because let's say VCSA is not available, and this is the lockdown mode right here, the second option. Okay, I need to click inside, and the second option. Okay, so since it is not enabled, this is why I'm not able to click on this. It is still grayed out. Once I enable this, then I can disable the lockdown mode right from the server and then directly connect to the ESXi host. Okay, so guys, one more time, let's understand this option. We are making sure that since this server is managed by VCSA, nobody should directly go onto the ESXi host and make changes. Okay, so for that reason, we will enable the lockdown mode. And Alamgir's question is, let's say if we still need to log in directly for some reason, if VCSA is not available, for that, you can directly log into the console, and here you can disable the lockdown mode. So once you disable the lockdown mode, then you can connect directly to ESXi host. Okay, guys, here we have the third option available here as well. The third option is saying that this ESXi host will only be accessible from vCenter, and even DCUI will be stopped. So the third option is saying, third option is only required when it is, when you have 100% sure, when you're 100% sure that you will never be able to, you should never log in directly to ESXi host. But this is more strict option. I won't go for this option. I'll just go for the normal lockdown option. Why? Because maybe there is some issue on the ESXi host and you're not able to connect through VCSA. So there should be one door open where you can go and disable the lockdown mode. So I'm going to go with normal option.
So, sir, like if it's on strict mode, so if the VCSA is not working or down, then what happens?
Yes, in that case, you're stuck. In that case, I never had that situation, but I think in that case, you'll have to basically restore it from the backup and then log in from there and then connect to your environment. So this is why this is an option that needs to be planned and designed, and it should be taken based on your management decision. They need to know the consequences that in this case, even DCUI won't be available.
Why don't we disable the option for lockdown, sir?
Yes, so we are not using the disabled option because we don't want anyone to log in directly to ESXi host. Okay, so this will be you will be able to understand once I add it. So let's move forward. Let's add the ESXi host and see that how it works. So I'm adding the ESXi host now, and next. So
what is the normal, sir, procedure in the organizations?
Yes. The normal procedure is that we always have a lockdown on ESXi host. We will have this. This is the normal.
With the normal option.
Yes, with the normal option.
Okay.
So here we have VM location. Since there is no location, this will be done through high availability. For now, we're not doing anything here. There is no option to do anyways. Here, this is the summary of this server, and I'm going to add this. So it will take, you can look at the recent task, and the recent task, you should be able to see that it is adding the ESXi host. So here it's saying 90%, 80%. It's retrieving data from vCenter. It is adding the agent, and in few minutes, in few seconds actually, you should be able to see the ESXi host under this. And this is your ESXi host. Now this ESXi host is in a lockdown mode. And once you connect to ESXi host, it will give you everything that we were doing individually when we were directly connecting to ESXi host. Same thing. You can go to VMs. You can see everything what we were able to do in when we were directly connected to ESXi host. So this is my VCSA. These are other VMs. And so ESXi host is now added. Now let's see what happens if I directly try to connect to ESXi host. So I'm going to go back to my direct console, which is HTML client directly connecting to IP address. So here, let's use the root account and connect. So I'm directly trying to connect, and here it gives me an error message.
Sir, P capital.
Yes, P capital.
Yeah, password 1, shift 7.
Yes. So I'm not able to connect. It's not even giving error message. Before it used to give error message, or maybe there is a little bit of delay that it's showing that error message. But basically, I'm using the correct username and password, and I'm not able to connect. I'm not able to connect. Why? Because this VM is now being managed by VCSA. Guys, we need to have that clear understanding. Why is this the case? Guys, the case is that if you do anything directly on the VM that is connected to VCSA, the VCSA won't be able to understand that setting. Hence, there will be some issues. So for that reason, once the host is added to ESXi, to VCSA, we should never connect unless there is an emergency and you need to do anything on the ESXi host. Okay.
So,
now,
sir, this means that if you have, no matter how many hosts you have, you can add the hosts here, and all the VMs which will be under that host, so those VMs will appear here. So this is the place where you control all the hosts from one place.
Exactly. So this is VCSA is that place where we control our complete ESXi environment. Now I added one ESXi host. I'm going to add the second ESXi host as well. So second ESXi host IP address is 70, and I'm going to do that. So Naveed, can you add it? So right click on Toronto Data Center, right click, and then add the host.
And the IP is 192.168.1070.
Yes.
Next. Username will be the root.
Yes.
Password 1, shift 7. And certificate, just go with yes. And then next. Evaluation licensed 60 days. I'm gonna go with normal as discussed.
Yes.
And then finish.
Excellent. And we will keep an eye on the recent task. And in recent task, what happens is that it is adding this ESXi host. So guys, what happens is whenever this vCenter, a host is added to a vCenter, it installs an agent on each ESXi host. So vCenter installs an agent here. This is why it's saying vCenter agent is on 70. So same like this, if you look at all of the others, so it did that, installed an agent on 60, and then it was now it is being added, and here it gives you everything here. If there would have been an error message, then it would show an error message as well. Now, Naveed, can you add your third host that we created today in New York Data Center?
In New York Data Center, sure. I'm gonna go with the IP of 10.180. All right. New York data center, right click, add host. 192.168. It was 10 180 or 100 180?
Just you can check that out again. It's
10
10.
180.
Okay.
Root.
Can you register? Can you add servers as well? No.
No, this is just for ESXi host.
No, like in real environment, if you want, you can or no.
In real environment, what type of servers?
Just like maybe,
A domain controller and
yes.
then.
Yeah.
No. So in VCSA is only for ESXi host.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Sir, when I move the mouse, why does the screen fluctuate? Did you notice this?
yes, this is because of TeamViewer. I mean, it doesn't fluctuate in your if it is not connected to VMware, right?
Okay. No, yes, you're right. Right. Oh, this is 80%. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Now that we have our ESXi host added, this is like the basic configuration. How do you add? And as you can see, that all of these hosts are now part of our vCenter, and we don't need to manage them individually. I can look at 60 here and see all of the VMs that we have, and I can connect to 70 here. I can see all of the VMs, and I can even see the networking and storage as well. Now, the second important, yes, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, suppose that in this, sir, if you go to New York DC01, there must be a kind of virtual machine. And if I want to add a switch in that, can I do that from here?
Yes, you can. So you can go here, go to this ESXi host, and within this ESXi host, you have everything: add networking, storage. You can power them on. There is a maintenance mode. So we will be learning that all. Yes, we can manage. We can do everything that we used to do on directly connected to ESXi host.
One more question, sir.
Yes.
I want you to show me one more time, how did you get to this console? This is the management console, right?
This is the management console, and let's say if I'm disconnected, so this is closed, and this is our basic console. Basic console, you connect through the port number. So we use the port number and connect. So I'm gonna just disconnect this one as well. And so first of all, I'm gonna connect to the basic configuration console, which is basically just to verify if the services are running. So in this case, I lost the 0 at the end. So this is our basic. So whenever you log into the basic VCSA, you will use the root account password. So this is root account password here. But so while this is connected, what I'm going to do is I am going to connect to the VCSA on the management console. So oops. Okay.
Sir, which IP is this 50? Oh, this is a VCSA IP. Okay.
This is your VCSA IP, yes.
Right. Okay.
So the basic management console is, I mean, you just need to connect to basic management console just once in the start. If everything is working fine, then every day you don't need to log into the basic management console unless you're not able to connect to your vSphere environment. So just to see the services of VCSA. So here we are going to log into the management console, and management console, you just directly use the IP address. And since we were logged in before and it remembered our password, that's why we are logged in, and all our environment is still here. So now all the environment is part of the database, because there is a database in the back end of this, the database that VCSA uses, where all this configuration is stored. Okay, now the second part that what we need to do is, so this is my VCSA, And these are my data centers. I have a data center in Canada. I have a data center in US. In US data center, in Canada data center, there are 2 ESXi hosts. And how many VMs are there? So if we need to look at the VMs, I think VMs are right here. So if so this is the second window where we can just see the VMs. How many VMs are here under each data center? So this will show only the VMs. So this is called VMs and templates. So these are the VMs in total VMs, and these VMs are on 2 different ESXi hosts. And this is the storage. So this is the storage we have in our environment in Canada. We have all the storage from all ESXi hosts. It will show us the data store 1, data store 2, and then the different disks. Now here, what we need to make sure that we need to know that which data store belongs to which ESXi host. I mean, you can go into the data store and you can find that out just by going into the data store that which ESXi host this is sitting. But once we know that, then we can rename this data store as to show that this data store is from ESXi1 or ESXi2. Let's say if I go to host here, and it's showing me this is on 60, which is ESXi2. I can rename this so just by looking at the name, I can find out that which ESXi this data store is from. So I'm just going to say this is So now I don't need to basically go into the configuration and see. And same goes for the second. Did I cancel that? I think I canceled it. Okay, the second one is on 3. So in here, we are going to rename this data store just to show that this data store is from ESXi3. So okay, it is, I think, taking some time. Otherwise, I can refresh this. Yes, so it is changed. So here I can see ESXi2. This data store is from ESXi2. This data store is from ESXi3. And likewise, we can name them that where these data stores are. Otherwise, it's just showing all the data stores from all ESXi hosts. We also have networking here. And in the networking, we can see that in each data center, how many switches we have. So if I go under this, we can see that there are a lot of switches, a lot of port groups are here. And so later on, we need to basically, if I go to one of the port groups and see that where is this firewall server, since it is not a server, it's a port group. And this port group is present on which host? This is part of So this one is part of 60, and this one is just retrieving that information. And so this one is from 60. So we can, just by looking at this, so first option is host and cluster. So this will show us all of the hosts and cluster. This will only show us all of the VMs in our environment. And this will show us the storage, all the storage that we have, and this will show us the networking. Remember that we were connecting directly to ESXi host, and we were able to do all of the networking. This will be, it will look a little bit strange to you in the beginning, but later on, once we start working in this environment, it will become easier and easier. So here on this side, here, you can also see the same thing. There are multiple ways to look at the same thing. Just by, if you need to look at the VM, either you can click here, or from the menu, You can go from the menu, and also you can go to, it will also show you the same thing, menus, VMs and templates, or you can just click on VMs here. So once you click on VM, it will show you the same screen that this ESXi host has these all these different VMs. So it's showing you all of the VMs in this environment. Okay, guys, let's take a break, 10 minutes break, then we'll have half an hour, and then we'll continue from here. Let's take a 10 minutes break, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back after the break, everyone. Okay, please type yes in the chat window if you're present. Excellent. Guys, breaks are good. Breaks are good. Just for freshen up, you do need a break. So just before the break, everyone, we installed VCSA. I mean, we configured VCSA and we're looking at VCSA. And our goal is to basically understand the basics of VCSA functioning. And so gradually we will be moving into understanding everything in VCSA. But today we know that what is the basic structure of VCSA. Basic structure of VCSA starts with right here. Once you log in, you need to log in. You need to just open your ESXi, your server. We created folders for better management. Within the folder, we added data center. Within the data center, we added our ESXi host. We never added these VMs. These VMs automatically came once we add the host. So the only thing you need to do is to add the host in these vCenter. In the data center, and you will see rest of the things automatically. You will see the VMs, you will see the storage, you will see networking once the host is added.
Sir, I have a question. In order to add our ESXi hosts here in this console, why is it important to create
the
data
folder
center?
and the data center? Yes.
Right.
So yes, it's a good question. Why is it important to create this structure? I mean, folders are optional. Folders are only there if you have multiple data centers in multiple locations. Just like in real companies, in large companies have large data center. For example, I can give you an example of Rogers because I've worked for Rogers for I think 3 or 4 years in the beginning. And then I worked for IBM for maybe 9 years and then worked for other companies. All these large companies have multiple data centers across the country. For example, Rogers had 3 major data centers, one in Brampton, one in London, another one in downtown. So they had 3 different data centers, and IBM being international company as compared to Rogers. Rogers is just in I think it is in Ontario or maybe probably in another province, but IBM has data centers throughout the world. So this is just simulating different data centers, just like a physical data center in different locations. So for example, the company that we are working on, we are saying that we have one branch in Canada and another branch in US. For that reason, we created this structure. If we have all our ESXi host in one location, then I don't need to create this other branch. I can just simply move this to my Toronto data center, and it will be simply moved to this data center. So going back to your question, why is it important to create this structure? Just to better organize the infrastructure. Now, folders are optional, but data center is compulsory. So data center, you need to have at least one data center under which you will create hosts, and then later on we will be creating clusters.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, first question is, through this vCenter console, can I power on and power off ESXi host?
Yes, absolutely. So you can just right click. Yes.
It's okay. It means that if I am coming back to my old question, if VCSA is somehow not working, but if I go to the vCenter and I'm in vSphere, I can manage the ESXi host, right?
No, since we have locked it down, we cannot directly log into ESXi host now.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Sir, next question is regarding this data center. So basically what we are doing is this data center you built just because of the lab, or this is in the real environment? Like one is a physical data center, like Rogers has a physical data center, right? And all their physical servers virtually managed by the vSphere. Is this how it works?
Yes. So this is actually based on our real design. So if this would have been Rogers network, then I would have created one data center for downtown where all my ESX. So basically, we create data center based on where our physical ESXi servers are, because we remember that these ESXi hosts are physical servers. So physically, if these servers are located in Canada, in downtown, so I would put them in the data center of downtown or Toronto data center. Whereas this server is physically located in New York, that's why I put it in New York. So going back to your question, how do we allocate these ESXi hosts in which data center? Based on wherever they are physically located. If these ESXi hosts would have been located in Brampton data center, then I would have created a Brampton data center and then add them to the Brampton data center.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So guys, here, so now we have added these ESXi hosts. We will be configuring advanced options in here, but the second task that we needed to do is actually to add this to Active Directory. So what we did, we created a data center, we added the host, we used the root account to add it to the ESXi host, and the example environment, in our environment, we have only 3 ESXi hosts, but in real environment, there might be 10 ESXi hosts, or maybe there might be 100 or 200 ESXi hosts. It doesn't matter. They all will be added exactly in the same manner. They all will be added exactly in the same manner. Once you will be in the field, inshallah, once you will be in the field, you will be working as a VMware admin. This all will always be there. This all will always be there. All you need to know is that if it is part of this data center, then automatically in your mind, you should know that, since these physical servers are available in Toronto, that's why they are in Toronto data center. Whereas this is physically available in maybe Sydney, Australia, then they'll be in that data center. Okay. Secondly, since these ESXi hosts are now added to VCSA, we lock them down and you cannot directly log in. But interview question is that if in case VCSA is not available and you still need to, you need to connect to ESXi host, then the only way to connect is, first of all, go into DCUI and then enable. So let's say this time, I think we should be able to disable the lockdown mode. So I'm just gonna click enter, go to F2. So log into DCUI. And this time I should be, so here you can see now I can disable lockdown mode. Before it was grayed out because it was not enabled. So since it is enabled now, just by clicking it, I can disable it. So it's just now asking me that, do you really want to disable lockdown mode? So you can disable it here, but I'm not going to disable this. I'm just going to keep the lockdown mode, but this is how you disable the lockdown mode. And then you can directly log into ESXi host. Now, you might have a question, in which cases do we disable the lockdown mode? Guys, in case, number one, if VCSA is not available, number one, and you're still troubleshooting VCSA and to fix the VCSA, and there is some VM on ESXi host that is not working. So you need to restart that VM, and clients are saying that, we need that server. So in that emergency situation in which VCSA is down and you still need to start a VM, for that you need to log in directly to the ESXi host. Only in that emergency case, we will disable lockdown mode and directly connect to ESXi host. I mean, this is exactly the same case of, let's say you have an apartment that is under building management. So if the apartment is under building management, you're not supposed to do any changes to that apartment without the building management approval, because they would ask you, you gave it, the management is with us, why you are making changes to the apartment, and that would disturb their, their services and their different, terms and conditions. For that, they would always want you to contact the building management, and they should do the repairs or servicing. So this is exactly the case of ESXi host. Once it is added to VCSA, you should not directly connect to it. And why am I keep on repeating this again and again? Because guys, in interview, they might ask you that question. If ESXi,
Sir, they asked me this question today.
Okay, very good. And what was the question?
Well, the question was pretty tricky. But at the end, the service manager said, you gave me a right answer. This is what I was expecting.
Okay.
Because he said if somehow he is not able to get access on ESXi host through VCSA, right? What options are available? So the only option that I came in my mind was vSphere.
Excellent.
So,
excellent. Very good.
Right. So, I mean, he said, "This is what I want to know exactly."
Very
he asked
good.
me this
Very
question. Yeah.
Very good. So these are important things, guys. This is why it is important to stay attentive in the lecture, because here we will discuss a lot of things that are required. I mean, these are tips and tricks going through the interview and also managing this environment, number one. Secondly, guys, I would highly raise to the power infinity. If you can understand, I mean, everyone understand mathematics. So highly recommended raised to the power infinity that please review these lectures one time while driving. I mean, don't look at the screen, but just listen to the audio. I mean, I know there are a lot of things that are just not technical, but I just want you to go through the audio so that you can remember a lot of stuff right from there. Okay. So the next part that we wanted to do is, guys, now the important part is now to add this to Active Directory, connect this to Active Directory. So I'm going to connect this to Active Directory. In order to connect to Active Directory, there are a few things that we need to keep in mind. Number one, your Active Directory is functional. So first of all, on this server, if Active Directory, is this your Active Directory server, Naveed?
Yes, that is the one.
Okay, so but still, I'll just make sure that if this is the Active Directory server and you can make sure that your Active Directory is available, we can go to Server Manager, and within the Server Manager, let's say this is my first day at work or maybe first week at work, and they ask me to connect the VCSA to Active Directory. I don't know where their Active Directory server are, and this is exactly the question that you can ask the management. Where is your Active Directory server? This is what I asked Naveed as well, that where is your Active Directory server? So it is a logical question to ask because they might have different architecture. So in this case, he told me this is the same Active Directory server, and I can see this is Active Directory server. So it's the same Active Directory server where it is, and it is in the same network. So secondly, I will make sure that if it is the same network. So how do you make sure? Just by looking at the first three octets, 192.168.10, and my ESXi host is also 192.168.10, and my VCSA is also 192.168.10. So they're all in the same network. So secondly, once we made sure Active Directory is there and the network is available and basic networking is there, now what we need to do, I need to go into the administration of this ESXi host. Now there are a few ways to go into the administration. I can right click on VCSA. Okay, so before that, there is one more thing. One more thing that I wanted to show you, that on this screen, this part is always depend on whatever is selected on this side. So for example, if I've selected VMs and I just want to see the VMs of 60, I can click on 60 and it will only show me the VMs of 60, what VMs are here. But let's say if I've selected VCSA, in VCSA, it will show me all of the VMs within this VCSA. So it is showing me all of the VMs and all the VMs on which host they are available on. So whatever is selected on this side, always this screen will reflect whatever is selected. So if I go to 70, it will only show me VMs of this. And if I clicked on 70 and I clicked on data store, it will only show me data store of this.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Sir, if I go to my ESXi2 and if I add a VM there, then that will be updated automatically here in the management console, or do we have to add that or call it here?
Yes, so this is one of those questions it is a very important question, that if you, while this ESXi host is part of VCSA and you log in directly and add a VM, this won't be automatically reflected. So that is one of the things that we want to avoid, that people go and create directly things, network on this, storage on this, VMs on this. So this won't be reflected automatically. You will have to add them separately. Okay.
And how can we add it?
So, I mean, there are ways to add it. I mean, right here, if you look at this, right click on this, you can have different options. So for example, you can create a new VM and then you can add a VM. So if you can create a new VM, let's say I'm creating a new VM, and right here there is existing. So it's saying choose existing virtual machine. So then you have to choose existing virtual machine in order to in order to complete that instead of creating a new virtual machine. So there are ways to do that, but again, recommendation is never ever directly do anything on the ESXi host. Okay, so now with that, having said that, we can do everything right from here. So you want to add a new VM, you can directly add it right from here. You can create a new VM, you can create an appliance. So this is later on, we will be adding a OVF template. OVF is an appliance that we can create. We can create a resource pool.
So my quick question, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
So now, once we have configured VCSA, now everything has to be done through VCSA.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So now since we have configured VCSA and the hosts are here, everything needs to be done through here. So we need to, just like you are an expert of Active Directory, you need to become an expert of this console. Okay, so right here, now in order to add this to Active Directory, now in order to connect this to Active Directory, and this will be done just once. You don't have to do it again and again. Probably in an environment where you go to, you will have somebody have, Active Directory is automatically added. You just need to manage it. But in this environment, how do you add Active Directory? I will right click on the VCSA since it is a VCSA settings, or you can select VCSA and then go to the menu. So go to menu, and within menu, I need to go into administration. So this is administration. So in order to connect this to Active Directory, first of all, one more time, select the server, select the VCSA, not the ESXi host, not the data center, not the folder. You just need to select VCSA and then go to menu. Within the menu, you need to go to administration. Within administration, here, now we can see that there are many different options, and one by one, we will understand what is roles and what is license. I mean, there are a few things that are straightforward, like licensing. You can add licensing here, but we will go through this later on. But at the moment, what we are interested in, we are interested in Active Directory connection. So Active Directory connection goes into single sign-on. Single sign-on is the place where we need to connect Active Directory, and we can go to configuration. So if we go to configuration, before even doing that, I wanted to show you that in the roles, I can see here the roles provider is only vSphere.local. So so here you have its own domain only. There is no Active Directory. We need to see Active Directory here as well later on, or in the user's permission, we need to go to we need to see Active Directory. If you're not able to see Active Directory in the permissions provider, how can you add Active Directory users? Now, which user I'm talking about? So I'm going to go to the server manager, and I am going to open Active Directory users and computers. So here, I just wanted to show you that which users do we need to include in this with vCenter. So here, these are the users that we need to see in Active Directory. So for example, going back here into users, let's say, so administrator user, or let's say I create a new user. So I'm going to create a new user called Mike. Mike Adams, and I will create a username. Guys, this is being recorded. Please, when you do the lab, please follow this video. So I am providing the password as simple password, password1. So it's just password1. Actually, Naveed, since this is your machine, we are going to use just one password for everything. So,
sure.
So password1 and ampersand sign. And here I'll just say that this is user must not, I'll disable this option, and that's it. So user is created. Now, in case your management wants Mike to have access to VCSA, if your management wants Mike to have access to VCSA, there is no option within this. You can only see the local users in vSphere.local. There is nothing in this here in the settings that can connect Mike to this. So this is what we are doing now. So we are trying to connect Active Directory so that we can add Mike as an admin to manage the vCenter. So guys, this is the point why we are adding Active Directory to VCSA, because we cannot see Mike in these users. These users are local user to ESXi host. So there are no Active Directory users. So in order to connect Active Directory and give Mike access to this complete environment, first of all, we need to connect Active Directory. So for that, I'm going to go here in configuration. Just for the sake of showing it to you again, I am going to go back to this again one more time. So once you have selected VCSA, you can go to administration. And within administration, you just need to go down to configuration. And within configuration, it shows you identity provider. So identity source. So here is Active Directory domain. So once I go to Active Directory domain, here, just like we join a machine to Active Directory, if we go to Active Directory domain, there is something called join AD. So this is, you can join AD or you can leave AD as well. So at any point in time in future, if you don't need to connect it to AD, you can leave AD. But here we are going to join AD. One more time, administration, configuration under single sign-on, go to Active Directory domain and join AD. And once you do, here you need to provide your Active Directory domain name. So I'm just going to make sure that what is my Active Directory domain name? My Active Directory domain name is 360cloud.local. And I'm going to use that same here. And if you need to join it to an organizational unit, then you can add an organizational unit. Otherwise, it's optional, but you need to provide administrator password. So Naveed, is it the same administrator password or different?
Same password, sir.
Ending with ampersand sign.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So we are going to join this to Active Directory, and here it's saying the format specified in the computer name is invalid. Okay. So is there a space here? Let me see if there is a space in the beginning. No spaces.
So I think this is Vint.
Your domain name is Vint?
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember. I can't recall my memory. Can you?
No, but here, this is your domain name right here.
Right. Okay. Yes, this is Cloud Local here. Right.
360cloud.local, and we use the 360cloud.local. So let's say I'll go with the NetBIOS name. You know that there are two names. NetBIOS name is just the first name, and FQDN is 360cloud.local. So I'm just going to go with the NetBIOS, the first name, and let's see. It's not going through. The format of the specified computer name is invalid. Okay.
Is this case sensitive? I guess not.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's just saying the format is not proper. Let me see. Okay, hold on. It's saying identity. Okay, I think we need to add it here before this one. Let me try to add it here. Add a domain name. And in here, yes, sorry. It needs to be done here, and then add to domain will be part of the joining it to a domain. So I'll go back here. So I go to the identity sources and go to add. And here it's saying Active Directory authentication. So here I need to provide the domain name. So you can't continue because the vCenter single sign-on is not currently joined to any domain. Go to Active Directory. Actually, so we were going into the same place. So there is a lot of difference between this version and the previous version. So it won't let us do it. It needs to be done right from there. So yes, it needs to be here before we can do it. And here it's saying the node didn't join any Active Directory. Okay. Change identity provider. No, this is not the option. I'm sure this is the place where it needs to do it. And
why do they keep changing all the?
I cannot hear you, Faz.
My
can.
question is,
Yes.
why keep changes with new flavor coming in? Like, what's the thing complicated? Why don't keep simple the way it was used to be?
Sorry, Faz, your voice is going up and down. Maybe you can.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Why do they keep changing all the formats, like the options which were there in the previous versions? Why do they keep it?
I mean, so it's because of the advancement in technology, because CPU is changing, because memory is changing. They're making more and more faster and faster and faster and faster everything. So at the same times, they have to add new features as well. So I mean, this is, it's part of the change. Walmart, when it might have been started, it might have been started as a simple shop or maybe something, and now it has grown to be a huge, big, just part of the change. Okay, so in here, it might be the DNS issue. It could be a DNS issue. So for that, I need to look into the networking, because it's not able to understand the domain name. It's just saying that it couldn't understand the domain name. Otherwise, this is exactly how it is. So, I mean, let's say if you're in a real environment and you come across this problem, guys, this problem, first of all, they will give you time to do this. So you have the time to do this. So what I would do if I'm stuck in this situation, I would directly just try to find some help on this. So,
sir, why don't you try option LDAP? I think it might work.
LDAP is not an option that I'm looking for, because LDAP is a temporary Active Directory. We need to connect it to the real Active Directory. So for that reason, I mean, LDAP might work, but LDAP is not the option that we need to go for. Okay. I mean, in order to connect to the right Active Directory. Guys, you can try, maybe if your DNS is working fine, it might be able to connect from the same location. So Alamgir, Ashish, and Wasim, you can try from the same location. Just try putting your domain name.
I had the same problem. I had the same problem.
Okay, okay. Take 2 minutes and try to find out on your mobile and all the help. Just try to get, let's see if we can fix it in 5 minutes. So join vCenter appliance. I am going to use the So it's simply saying just go with vCenter administrator, go to vCenter, go to administration, go to single sign-on. We are right in the same location. Go to Active Directory and join and enter Active Directory details. And this is VMware documentation. So there must be maybe a very simple thing that is missing from this. So these
Sir,
are.
I think the issue is either a DNS or the host name, I think.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. So these are the details. The details are organizational unit we're not using. Active Directory domain name, for example, is the complete domain name provided. Do not provide IP address. We're not providing IP address. And here to leave, we can leave, and then we can add the identity. So okay. Okay, so now that we know that the procedure is exactly the same, I will now see let's concentrate more on the error message. So the error message that I'm getting. So error message is the format of the specified computer name is invalid. So the format of specified computer is invalid. Let me see if I can copy this. I think I cannot copy this. So I'll just focus on my error message. Format of the specified computer is not. So here. So vCenter 7. And definitely somebody might have had the same issue. And here it's saying the VCSA is not able to add the new source. And here we can see many articles, many people had this error message. And I'm going to go to a few links here and see that what is the error message. I mean, this is exactly, I'm showing it to you because you might see this error message here. It's saying the format of specified computer is invalid. Turn out that you can join the computer using CLI putty. Okay, so this is not the case. Most probably it is the DNS. DNS is not able to recover the active directory. So I'm just looking at some of the symptoms and resolution. It's saying connect to this, go to yes. So we need to fix the DNS in the basic configuration. So basic configuration, I need to go into the FQDN and there I need to give the host name and the IP address. So I'm going to try that. So for that, we are going to go to the basic configuration. So it's good that we have that error message so that you can see that this is how exactly what we do in the real environment as well. If we are stuck, we try to find help. So in this, so when you log into vCenter management, we can use the root account and so log in here. Here I do see some alerts for memory and overall health because now since we have added ESXi host, we are seeing some warnings. So warnings are fine. I am here because I need to make sure that I have DNS settings enabled. So I'll go to networking. And within networking here, DNS, yes. So this is not configured. So we don't have DNS here. So I'm going to edit this. And when editing this, I will make sure that DNS setting is there. So the host name of the VCSA. So the host name of the VCSA. So Naveed, have you created the DNS record for this or not? You don't
Sir, I
remember.
have
You don't
no
remember.
clue
It's
yet.
fine. It's fine. So here, first of all, I need to provide the DNS. The most important thing is enter DNS IP address. So I'm going to enter. And your server is 10.10. We can check that out.
Yes, sir.
So let's say if I only give DNS IP address and not the host name, let's just go by this for now. And here it's saying that enter the SSO. Okay, so we do need to provide, since we are making changes to the configuration of VCSA, this is why it requires the admin credentials. So now reconfiguring the NAIC management will result in downtime of vCenter, can take some time. Okay, so it might take some time. Here we will acknowledge this setting and finish. So it's saying it is reconfiguring the VCSA networking, and we just added a DNS IP address. One more time, all you need to do is go into DNS and go into networking. Go into the VCSA with IP with the port number, then go into networking and add the DNS. And once it is added, so here I can see this, and now I will go back to vCenter and retry this operation. So let's see.
So go a couple of steps back and then come back again here.
Okay. Okay, so maybe it might take few minutes to understand. That's going back to this here and going back to your Active Directory. Remember that we need to have a record. So while we give it some time, and at the same time, we'll go into DNS management and see. Okay, so it's saying that there is some issue with your ESXi3. Is this issue with ESXi3? No. Oh, Naveed, can you check your C drive or D drive that where these VMs are? It's just saying that there is issue with that.
Okay, well, VMs are basically here under documents, virtual machines.
Which is C drive. So just first of all, click on this PC, and look at the overall C drive.
This PC and this is my C drive.
0 bytes available. Can you delete some VMs from C drive?
Okay.
I mean, so you can see that there are 0 bytes available, right?
Right. Okay, I didn't realize that.
No, it's fine. I mean, since we are doing a lot of changes, there is ESXi and everything, so that's why there is. Okay. I mean, look at this here. So if we go to this PC, here it says 0 bytes, and everyone, this is a good experience for everyone, that you might see errors on the host, you might see errors on everywhere. So please stay calm and just work with this. Okay, so yes, so go to your VMs again, and can you delete some VMs from there?
Yes.
Or your D drive is empty. Why don't you move some VMs that maybe your home lab on D drive? Is it SSD, both of them?
Yeah, what I can do is so this is.
But for now, you can delete some VM that you can.
So I can select these ones
and delete them. You don't need them.
No, I am not deleting them. But what I will do that this is my C and this is my drive D. I'm gonna create a new folder here just for now.
Okay. So later on, you need to remember that you need, since you're moving them, you need to add them back to VMware workstation, right?
Yes, I will do. But this will take some time actually.
No, it's okay. I mean, it is at the same time, it is just giving some space as well. So wherever it is moving, so just look at this PC. This PC, there might be some space available.
Right. Okay.
So yes, it already 6 GB available. So now go back to the VM. Okay, let me go back to the VM while this is doing it. And I'm just going to say retry. I'm just going to retry this instead of canceling this again. And most probably it should start working. Okay, that's good. So here, I just want to make sure that our VCSA is registered. Okay, so there are some issues. Okay, no. So this is the A host record of your, this is the server. So we'll just clean that up for now. And the VCSA, the name of the VCSA, this is older one. These are two older ones. Yes, these are, no, this is the new one. This is 50, your existing one. Your existing one. This is the existing one. What I'm going to do is just take this name, actually this name, and this name needs to go into the basic configuration. So here I'm just going to cancel this for now. So cancel this and try to add this again. Okay, still, and going back to the basics networking, and here we are going to edit this and provide this host name. So the host name of VCSA. This is the host name of VCSA because we are connecting to this 50, and this is the DNS IP address. DNS IP address is correct. So just by looking at this, obtain DNS settings automatically.
Sir, leave it as is, I guess. Enter DNS setting manually.
Yes, okay. Yes. So in this case, we are going to, so how many people are here in the class? So just type yes. I know that this is taking some time, but guys, this is very, very important. I mean, since this environment, so vSphere, okay, so we have Ashar, Ashish, and Salim, Faz, Zishan. Okay, okay, so acknowledge. Alamgir. Okay, good. So everyone is getting this error message. Alamgir, what about you? Faz is getting this error message, and Wasim, are you all getting the same error message?
Sir, at the moment I'm not able to do lab because I'm driving.
Okay, okay, that's fine. What about Alamgir and Ashish and Ashar?
Sorry, actually I am exhausted. I was like, no, I was studying last night, and
I
Like in the
understand.
past, I had
I
exam.
understand. I understand.
So
I understand. Totally, I understand. It's fine. But you are able to understand what we are trying to do, right?
yes, sir, I totally completely understood.
Okay, excellent. I mean, this requires some troubleshooting, but this will be, you will be able to do it. I mean, today's task is to make sure that Active Directory is connected. If after this it is not connected, then you can try on your own. Everyone, just try to troubleshoot this and add Active Directory to VCSA.
Just before
Sir,
Active Directory, I was doing everything. So if you could recap of the installation.
I will recap this.
can you go back to the DNS record, the one Naveed created?
Okay, so going back to the DNS record, right here, this is 192.168.10.50, and this is the record.
Looks like he put the forward slash between the 360 cloud and the name. No?
No, it's V. It's V. Yeah, it's simply V. It's not a slash.
Can you check the pointer, sir? Can you check the pointer?
Okay, so the pointer is right here. So this is the pointer record, and it's fine as well. And actually, we can check that out by pinging as well. So we can just verify this by -A. So -A basically resolves the name. It will take out the exact name from DNS. So -A is saying, DNS, tell me the name of this IP address. So if we click on this, it should give us the right name from the DNS. So which means that this is the name, it is the proper name, and it's pinging. Okay, so as we can see that it is now stopping management services, and after once it is started, it will start the management services, and then it would let us connect. So it might take some time, and so for that reason, we will leave it at it here, and I want you to basically just try your best to fix this issue just by hit and trial. And you should be able to log in, and I think we should continue in the next lecture from here. But before leaving, let me recap what we have covered. So
Sir, looks like it's there is no difference between this and the AD Connect. It's the same thing you are doing, right?
Yes, AD Connect is for everyone else. What is AD Connect? Everyone else, AD Connect is a software, is a small software or a configuration that we do in Azure to connect Active Directory to Azure. So it's almost the same setting. This is, I mean, in AD Connect, we have to create a separate VM. There are some additional steps in AD Connect, but here we just need to do some configuration. So yes, you're right. It's almost like connecting to using AD Connect to connect Azure to Active Directory. Okay. So, so guys, before we can leave for today, this is what we did. I mean, right from the start, we went through basic understanding, and then what we did, we went through basic understanding of vCenter. We went through installation in the last lectures, and then after the installation, we deployed. So once the stage 1, stage 2 is completed, we need to make sure VM is created, and then we also know that VCSA management is of two types: one, basic configuration, where you can do the basic setting. And today, fortunately, we saw the example of why we need to go back to basic configuration, because we needed to add a DNS IP address. So for that, we went into that, but all of the management VCSA will be done from the management console. And within management console, we need to add a data center, and we can create folders based on where the data center is. Folders are optional, but data center is mandatory, is compulsory. You need to have at least one data center in order to add all ESXi hosts. Other than that, we added ESXi host, and we also went through enabling SSH and connecting to ESXi host, please go to the video to exercise this on all ESXi hosts to how to connect to SSH. And at the same time, we are trying to, at the end, we were trying to connect to Active Directory. We will continue that in the next lecture, but try your best to complete this configuration by next lecture.
So, sir, can you just
on Thursday we are going to have a class.
Okay, let's, Alamgir, can you have a question? I'll answer that in FAS. I'll answer that question.
Yeah. Can you go to the AD, how we connected?
Yes, okay. So for the AD, first of all, we made sure that we have AD on this. Now we can just go to. Secondly, we made sure, are you able to catch this, Naveed? Just click on the VMware.
Yes. What is happening here? I don't know where to
because we are inside TeamViewer and we are connected to Zoom. It's just keep on connecting inside. What you just need to quickly click on VMware and click on the server. Then it will change the screen.
VMware and then the server.
Yes.
I did that.
Okay, you did that.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Oh, you know what? Sorry.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. So in here, okay, we lost the server. We'll see that if it comes back, since the management is started. Here we need to go back to how to add this. So I'm just gonna cancel this one time and let's see if we can try this one more time. Oops. Oh, wow. Now it gives that vCenter error messages. Okay. Anyways, Alamgir asked, how do you connect Active Directory to vCenter? So in order to do that, we need to be in the vCenter. We need to be go to the menu option. We need to go to the menu option, go to administration. Within administration, we went into single sign-on. And within single sign-on, we went into configuration. And here we have Active Directory. And within Active Directory, and we are following exactly this document. This is a document from VMware. And actually, here is the document from VMware. Where is the document from VMware? So here, this is a document. Here it says clearly what we need to do. This is a document from VMware. Okay, no. Anyways, I remember, and there is, I mean, these are exactly, this is what we need to do in here. Join or this is a document. So this is documents.vmware.com. And here the heading is join or leave Active Directory. And these are the steps that we did. So these are the steps that we did. So in order to do that, Alamgir, what we did, we went into administration, single sign-on, configuration, went into Active Directory domain, trying to join this domain to Active Directory, and this is where we are getting the error message.
I am on the same point now. Thank you.
Okay, good. So let me just quickly try that one more time here. So in here,
can you check the firewall as well, maybe?
Yes, probably. We can check the firewall. You should keep on checking the firewall. Firewall is off.
So just the domain name, right, sir?
Firewalls are off. It's just a domain name. That's it. Oh, it is still restarting. So it's taking time. It's just taking time here to restart services. Otherwise, it's fine. So once it restarts, then Naveed, you can try again to connect to Active Directory.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. I'll try
Okay.
that. Mhm.
So everyone, this is all for today, and in the next lecture we'll continue from here. If anyone has any questions, then we can discuss.
Sorry, Adnan, but it's supposed we changed the class, if you remember, but we start to working on Thursday.
Oh, okay. So yes, we decided to have a class on Thursday.
Wednesday.
Huh?
Wednesday.
That was the Wednesday. So it will be Tuesday for you, I guess.
It would be Thursday for me, and it's your Wednesday. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, sir,
yeah.
So, sir, username will be like
domain name, domain administrator,
name, right?
Yes,
Sorry?
domain administrator. So everyone, we do have a class on Wednesday evening. Okay, so please remember to join in. Just for this week. Later, we'll follow the same schedule after that.
Adnan, by how many class left for this for the VMware?
I think 3 more classes or maximum 4 classes.
Okay, thank you.
So are we gonna have our class on the 31st as well?
On 31st.
Because that would be first and 31st, right? Thursday and Friday.
But your class is on 1st, not on 31st, right?
No, it would be 31st for us, right? It would be 31st night.
We have Monday and Thursday.
We have
Monday
for us,
will
the
be
31st is the Thursday, right? So that would be the Friday for you, I guess. Friday morning.
For me, it's fine. Is there any issue with you guys? I mean,
well, I mean, we are not going to be doing much, but pandemic, I don't know.
Guys, you've seen New Year many times. I mean, you can also see that on YouTube, unless you want to go to downtown.
New Year, though, you know.
Remember, it's lockdown again. It starts lockdown from the Saturday in Toronto. They just announced today.
Okay.
We have another lockdown.
Okay, so we'll have a class. We'll have a regular class.
Sure.
Okay.
Adnan bhai, I'm getting same error. I think
Okay.
everyone's getting same error.
Right. So we can try to troubleshoot that. We are trying to do that. It's just requesting restarting services, and let's see how it goes.
Thank you, Adnan.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
And Naveed, do you have work tomorrow?
Yes, sir. I do have work tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. I mean, why I'm asking that, can we work on this for another half an hour, or you just, I mean, I know you must be exhausted now, or you want to do it on your own?
No. Well, I don't mind if you're staying here.
Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah, for sure. No problem.
Then let's see if this comes back, and let's try to, everyone else, this is end of the session. If you want to just log off, it's fine. We're just trying to, we will just try to fix this issue.
So while this is completing, so let me come back in 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, sure. So 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, we'll again connect.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.